Done.
All the different things in great detail, and we're going to do that to begin with by building out a blog with Flask. So it's going to be like, you can look at quickly. You don't want to $49 to access all my courses over 40.
Alright.
What's going on, guys? John Alder
How
here from
big is this
CodeReview.com. In this
series?
video,
That's
we're going to look at the
huge.
Jinja templating language for Flask and Python.
Wow. Holy moly macros.
Alright guys, like I said, in this video we're going to look at Jinja. But before we get started, if you like this video and want to see more like it, be sure to smash the like button below, subscribe to that channel, give me a thumbs up for the YouTube algorithm.
So you don't format the name into the name, you return it.
Use coupon code YouTube1 to get $30 off membership with all my courses, videos, and books.
So this sets a variable.
$49, which is insanely cheap. Alright, it is Flask
clever.
Friday again here in Vegas.
Let me run
the happiest time of the week.
Virtual
And
environment.
in this video, we're going to look at Jinja 2. Now, Jinja 2 is a templating language. It allows us to do very Pythonic type things on our web pages. So, one of the great reasons for using a framework like Django or Flask is you can use sort of Python on your web page. And normally you can't do something like that. So, it makes the whole world of Python available on a website, almost. And that's really cool. I say almost, it's not exactly, you can't exactly use Python on your web page, but the templating language lets you use most of the main things that you would want to do. Things like using variables, using if statements for logic, loops, and things like that. There's some special things that you can do to capitalize things and lowercase things, and we'll look at all those things in this video. So if you're familiar with Django, you're probably familiar with the Django templating language. Jinja 2 is very, very similar, but a little bit more powerful, in my opinion. So that's what we're going to look at in this video. Now, if we head over to our terminal, as you see I've got the server running from the last video, we can pip freeze, and when we installed Flask, we also installed Jinja 2 automatically. It comes with Flask. So there's nothing for us to install, there's nothing for us to import. Let me just run my server again here so that it's going. It should just work. So if we head back over here, very quickly, I just want to go to Google, type in Jinja 2. If you're curious, you can go to the Jinja website. It's jinja.palettesprojects.com/stuff. And this is the documentation. You can see it's a modern, designer-friendly templating language for Python, modeled after Django's templates, but I think a little bit better. So you can see right off the bat, you can do things like for loops. You can use blocks and things. And you can come through here and read all about it if you want. We're going to dig into this in the videos today and going forward, so we don't have to actually read through this. But if you're interested, you can check that out. So, okay, let's head back over to our code. And you remember in the last video, we set up this user page here that sort of pulls a name from the URL, passes it into the function, and then puts it on the screen using this format.
I
and
remember.
this works fine for this little example, but you know, normally we're not going to return HTML in the function here. We're going to use a template like we did with our index template right there. See? So how do we do this, but with a template? Well, Jinja will allow us to do that. So let's just go ahead and come to our templates directory, right click, and create a new file. And then let's go File, Save As, and let's save this as user.html. And you can see, boom, it pops right up there. Now we come back to our hello.py file, and we can come down here. Let's go ahead and change this. And let's use the same formatting we did here. So I'm just going to sort of paste this in here. Okay, but instead of pointing this to index.html, we want to point this to user.html. And save this, come back here to our user thing. There's nothing in here, so let's put a quick h1. Now let's go hello, and then name. So if we save this and run it, we can go user/John like we did before, and it says hello name here. It doesn't say hello John. So how do we get this John from right here? And in fact, let me take this and go lowercase just for fun. How do we pass this John into the page using Jinja? Well, it's very, very easy. Head back over here, and all we have to do is pass in that variable. So I can go name equals name, right? So this name is coming from right here, right? Which is getting passed from right here. So if this is confusing, name equals name, we can change this to username if you want. Equals name.
Yeah, but you have to change it
we
in...
can access on our template page. So I can copy this, head over here to our user, and instead of name here, we can use our Jinja tags, which are double curly brackets. And
Excuse me. So he puts this inside the h1 tag. And this is Jinja 2 username. Whoops. So what's that then? Is that a variable?
Just paste in username. Now if we save this and reload our page, now it says hello John.
Wait a second. Save. Oh! Save. Reload my page. Where's my page? Here it is. So if I go /user/Sean, it should say hello Sean. Yeah, but it says hello name. What I messed up. Let me see. Ah, I did. Just gotta take away this. Save. Try again. Oh, it works. I want the space. Wait, how do you get a space? Maybe like that? Yeah. Is that giving me a space? It might not. Wait, take it all the way back. Save it. And go again. Oh, it does. That gives me a space. So if I do want it to be like that. Alright, I'm ready.
And you'll notice it's lowercase, but up here we passed it as lowercase. If we passed it as uppercase, boom, it would be uppercase.
So I've got Ginger now.
That's how
Okay.
you use variables with Jinja. Very, very easy. I'm going to change this back to lowercase. Like I said, there's some little sort of tricky, magic-y things you can do with Jinja with things like variables, and we call those filters. And there's just a whole bunch of filters. I'm just going to mention a couple of them here. And we can use filters by adding a bar and then just saying the filter. So if we're passing a lowercase, I might want to convert this to uppercase, so I just pass upper. So if we say
Wait, how the hell do you do a bar? I don't even have that button on my keyboard, do I? Oh, is this one? Upper.
this, come back over here, and see now it's lowercase in the URL, it's lowercase on the page, but now when I hit reload, boom.
Oh, I see. So it will convert it to an uppercase.
Everything is uppercase. We've converted everything to upper. Now that's probably not what we want. We just want the first letter upper. So instead of declaring everything up or upper, we can capitalize. So if we save this and reload, boom, now there's John. So very, very cool. Likewise, we can lowercase all of them. So if I change this in the URL to an uppercase John, and then we come back over here to our code, we can lower this, right? Save this, reload. Now it changes it to lower. And there's several more of these. We'll go over them in just a minute. So let's head back over to our code, and instead of playing around on this page, let's head back to our main page. And here's our index function here. Now in this example, we use something from the URL, but you don't have to. You can just make a list of anything. So I can just call first underscore name, set that equal to John, and now I can pass that into our index page by calling first name equals first underscore name. So this is this, which is John. And we can access that on our web page by accessing this variable right here. So if we come back to our index.html page and it says hello world, this is my first page, isn't this cool? I can say my name is, and then use our double curly brackets, paste in first name, close our p tag, fun. There we go. We can come back now to the main home page, and it should say my name is John. And it's just that easy. Now what can we pass in like that onto our webpage? We can pass in variables, we can pass in Python lists, we can pass in dictionaries, we can pass in objects, we can pass in just about anything you can think of, and that is really, really cool and really powerful. Now I mentioned there were some other filters we can talk about. Let me just paste.
Excuse me. I need to go back here. My name is username. It's not working for me. How do you call a variable then? What did he do? Let me see. Back. Here. He d oh, he used double. Oh, that for Ginger. Like this.
Double curly brackets, paste in first name, close our p tag.
Oh,
Fun.
first
There we go. We
name.
can go back now to the main homepage,
Save.
and it should say,
Try again.
my name is John.
Ah.
And it's just that easy. Now, what can we pass in like that onto our webpage? We can pass in variables. We can pass in Python lists. We can pass in dictionaries. We can pass in objects. We can pass in just about anything you can think of. And that is really, really cool and really powerful. Now, I mentioned there were some other filters we can talk about. Let me just paste a quick list here, and we can look at them because they're kind of interesting. And they very quickly give you a lot of power over everything. So here, let me just create a comment here, and let's go like that. And so here are the main ones I want to talk about. Safe, capitalize, lower, upper. We've already looked at these three. Title, trim, strip tags, and safe. So let's just look at all these. What is this safe one? Well, let's say you want to pass in some HTML into your web page. Well, that can be a little tricky because hackers can use that to put some weird code in, to inject some code. But if you know it's you doing it and it's not somebody else, you may want to pass HTML. And in those circumstances, Flask and Jinja will strip out that HTML by default as a security measure. So to get it to not do that, we use the safe tag. So let's create some stuff here. I'm just gonna call this stuff. And then let's say this is bold text. And we want this to be bold. So we use a strong HTML tag. Right, so if we just pass stuff in, and by the way, if you want to do more than one variable, see we've already got one here. In fact, let's put this on another line just to make this a little easier to read. We could just slap a comma in and do another one. So stuff equals stuff. So here, let's save this, head back over to our index page, and let's just put a p tag, and let's just pass in our stuff. All right, so save this, head back over here, reload. Uh-oh, we get a error about my little comments there, so let's come back here. And instead of these, let's do this. For some reason that was causing a problem. Okay, now let's come back here, reload, boom. So now we see this is bold and these two HTML tags have been passed through. Well, that's not what we want. We want this to actually render the HTML and make this actually bold, make it strong text. Well, we can use the safe tag for that. So we come back over here, come back to our index page, and to do that, we just use a filter like we do with the bar, and then just pass safe. So if we save this and reload, we see now, boom, this is bold text, and the text is actually bold, right? Very, very cool and very easy. Now, what's the difference between that and strip tags? Well, let's see. Let's go ahead and come back over here, and instead of safe, let's try strip tags. Now what this will do is just what it sounds like. It will strip any HTML tags completely out. It won't ignore them, it will remove them. So if we save this and hit reload, our bold text goes away, but you'll notice the actual strong tags that were around that bold are completely removed. And how is that different from not doing anything? Well, if we just don't do anything, if you remember, those strong tags will come through and they'll be printed on the screen, and we probably don't want that. So there you go. So why is that useful? Well, let's say you have a message board or a commenting system on your blog and people are trying to pass HTML. Well, you may not want them to be able to pass HTML because, like I said, hackers can use that to inject code that takes over your web server and stuff. So you may want to strip out those tags that people try to use. You would use that strip tags filter. So very, very cool. Let's see, what else do we got here? There's a couple more, and let's change this to get rid of this.
What you did, URL was at the top.
And let me make all of these things lowercase.
Huh?
So this is bold text. This is capitalized.
I'm learning about
the rest of these
Jinja at
things
the
are
minute,
lowercase.
and
we can use the, let's see,
how it works to
title
set up HTML
filter.
files to be
What
passed
this will
into
do
a big
is
Python file.
capitalize every first letter in every word. So let's give that one a try real quick. So we just boom, boom. Reload. And notice the first word of everything is capitalized. That's kind of fun. And that's pretty much it. The other one that I have listed is trim. This will remove trailing spaces from the end, right? Which is not really, there's no real way to see that. So if you had a bunch of spaces at the end,
Yeah.
it would remove those spaces. But you really wouldn't be able to tell that in HTML,
Okay.
but it still nonetheless is a little bit useful. So
Yeah.
those are filters. Let me just comment filters, right? And very, very cool. So what else can we do with Jinja? Well, we're passing a variable here. Let's go ahead and pass this is a Python list. So favorite underscore
where are we?
pizza.
Index.
And this is a Python list.
Favorite.
And we can go pepperoni.
Favorite.
And maybe cheese. And maybe mushrooms. And we could use a word, and we could use numbers. 41. 41's not really a favorite pizza, but we could pass numbers in nonetheless, and that's very cool. So again, to pass this into our web page using Jinja, we just, in our render template function here, we just slap another comma, paste it in.
Wait a second. What was that last one you did? Why are you passing in an integer, man? Now my list has different values.
41. 41's not really a favorite pizza, but we could pass numbers in nonetheless, and that's very cool. So again, to pass this into our web page using Jinja, we just, in our render template function here, we just slap another comma, paste it in, favorite pizza equals favorite pizza. Now this is sort of a convention using the same words. You know, down here, I used username and name just to sort of show you that.
And this is on my index page.
Most of the times I find myself using the same word. So favorite pizza equals favorite pizza because it's easier to understand, and we know that this is the thing we access on the web page. This is the actual variable that is right here, holds the stuff, right? So now we can access this favorite pizza. Come over here, let's head over to our index page, and below here we can add our tags, and we can just paste it out. And that's probably not what you want to do, but you can. And if we save this and reload, you can see that it just prints out the entire Python list, which is probably not what you want, right? So Jinja actually allows us to do logic and loops. So we can do an if statement, we could do a for loop, we can do any kind of loop. What we really probably want to do is loop through this and just print
that's
out
where it
items
is.
on the screen. And we can
It
do that
fell off
really
and bounced.
easily. So instead of just printing out this whole thing, let's create an H3 tag. Favorite pizza. And then underneath here, we can use a for loop. And to do that with Jinja, we use these brackets like this. And we just go, say, for topping in, and we reference this thing. So we can get rid of that.
Whoa. Why did it only use one Jinja tag? It's because he's using this loop. For topping in favorite underscore pizza.
And then at the end here, we always have to close our thing. So we're using a for loop, so we type in end for. If we were doing an if statement, we would go end if, right? We're not using a for loop. So now here, what do we want to do? Well, let's just use our double brackets and paste in topping and print out topping. Now you'll notice the difference between these and these. So the double curly brackets are usually used for variables, right? Mostly just variables. These are used for logic and for loops, if statements, things like that. So when you're doing like functional things, you use these. When you're just spitting out variables or lists or dictionaries or whatever data, use the double brackets. So, okay, we can do that. And let's put these on a separate line. We can save this, head back over here, reload, boom, favorite pizza, pepperoni, cheese, mushroom, and 41, right? So very, very cool. Now we can also call an individual.
End for is not like. Unknown tag, it says. I did an ampersand. Percent, and then his got double with the BR, and then this one is N4. No space. Typo in Word. Try it now, maybe it'll work. Anyway. Ah, it does work.
Individual item from a list like you would any other Python list. All right, so let's again paste this in. And let's say we want the very first item in the list. Well, that's the 0th item. Remember, Python lists start at 0. So if we head back over here and look, pepperoni is the 0th item, cheese is the first item, mushroom is the second item, and 41 is the third item. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So if we want to access pepperoni, that's the 0th item. Cheese is the first item,
Get it,
right? Just like in Python land. So we can do that by calling .0. So if we save this, come back over here and hit reload, we see boom, pepperoni pops up. We can change it to, like I said, the second item, which is 1, which is I think cheese. Save this, hit reload, boom, cheese. So let's see, what was the third one? That's 41, right? So if we save this and reload, boom, it says 41. 41's a number, not really a string, so can we do number things? We go plus 10. Save this, come back over here, reload, boom, 51. We can do Python. We can do things, like we can do math. We can do other Python-y things right in there, right? So very, very cool. If we change this to pepperoni plus 10, that's not really gonna work because it's a string and a number, but it will, well, throw an error, right? So this is an integer, not a string. So obviously that would throw an error. So very, very cool and very fun and just that easy. So those are for loops. We could also use if statements. So inside of our for loop, let's create another one of these guys. And let me just copy this. And this is going to be an if statement, so I know to end if. I always like to do that right at the beginning so I don't forget. So we can say if topping equals 41, then we can print out topping plus 100. Else, just print out topping. There we go. And we probably need a line break here. Okay, so let me put this down there so we can see. So we're going to loop through here, and every time we do, we're going to say this if statement. If the topping equals 41, add 100 to it. Else, just print out the topping. So this should print out our list of toppings plus 141 instead of 41.
Where's this end if? Oh, he's putting it under here. And if. Get rid of that. And then, yes, so then I need to have in here. And I can do curly brace. Call topping. Topping plus 100. Why is it so warm today? It's insane. And he's putting it on a new line as well. BR, and this should be at the end of BR. I had it right the first time. And then topping else percent close my bracket else topping end if and then end
So
for.
save this and run it. Reload it, I should say. Boom, pepperoni, cheese, mushrooms, 141. Very, very cool. So that's Jinja in a nutshell. There's so much more you can do with Jinja, and as we move on throughout this playlist, Flask Fridays, we're going to get into it in more detail, but this is a pretty good sort of jump start on it. And if we head back over here, remember there's filters. You can head over to the Jinja website and really look for all the filters, but these are the sort of the big ones.
Filters,
in fact, if you went back over to the Jinja website, Jinja 2.
Jinja 2, man.
Usually. Can't ever remember the actual website. And if we search for filters, custom filters, you can create your own filters. We'll probably probably talk about that at some point. There's filters. Hey, there's not a real, here we go. You can see here's a list of built-in filters. You can get the absolute value of something. That's really cool. Float, oops. Float, lower, we can round, which is awesome. Trim, truncate, safe.
Oh, 2G.
Safe already. You notice these are functions. We don't actually put the little function brackets when we use them. We just reference the thing itself. What's going on, guys? John Elder here from coding.com, and in this video, we're gonna look at custom error pages and version control with Flask and Python. One-time fee at just $49, which is insanely cheap. Okay, we are moving right along with Flask Friday, best day of the week. And I hope you guys are gonna have a good weekend. I have got absolutely nothing planned this weekend. It's very nice. So in this video, we're gonna look at creating custom error pages. So you go to a page that doesn't exist, for instance, ASDA, you get this, 404 error, page not found. And web servers have error codes like error 404 or 500. There's a server error, internal server error. You may have seen these errors throughout the internet over the years as you've been, checking out web pages. You go to a page that doesn't exist, you get an error. And you want to create custom error pages that are nicer than this, and we'll make them look nicer than this later. But in this video, I'm going to show you how to create the custom error pages, and then later on we'll make them look nice. So, you can put your own branding and stuff, and maybe you can redirect to another page or show a sitemap with, that page doesn't exist, but check out these pages or whatever you want to do. And I'll show you how to do that in this video. We're also going to take a minute just to set up version control. We haven't done that yet. It's usually something you want to do at the beginning of any project, so I'll show you how to do that. If you already know how to do version control with Git and GitHub, you can skip over that. It'll be the last part of the video. But for now, we're going to work on these error codes. So let's head over to our code. And this is the hello.py file we've been working on up until now. And to create custom error pages, we just have to create a couple of new routes and functions. So let's come down here and create custom error pages. And the first one we'll create is invalid URL. Can't find a page. You can go to a web page that doesn't exist. And so to do this, we create an app instance, but instead of creating an actual route, Flask has sort of a mechanism to deal with these things that we can call on. And it's just app.error handler. And then we pass in the code that we want, 404. And you can look up these server error codes. There's a Wikipedia page that lists them. There's, dozens of them, 400, 404, 500, 50, whatever. There's a couple of main ones, and we're just going to do the two sort of most popular ones, 404 and 500. But this is how you do it. So
now we need a function.
We'll create that. Now we just create our function. So let's go define, and this is a page underscore not underscore found, and we need to pass in the error, right? And then we just do the same thing we do up here almost. So I can just copy this return thing here. So we want to return render a template. Which one do we want to render? We want to render 404.html. Now we haven't created that yet. We'll do that in just a second. And we don't need to pass in any variables like we did earlier. So, okay. Now there's one more thing. At the end of this, you got to slap a comma and then put the actual error code. So 404. This will get passed into this function. So then this page not found function sort of is looking for this argument to be passed. And so you do that. So that's really all there is to it. So we can copy this whole thing and just come down here and let's say internal server error. It's a common one. And that one is error 500. So the server kind of dies on you. Something happens internally. It's unhandled exception, anything like that. This will throw a 500 error. And then here we want to redirect to page 500 and then pass 500. So really that is all there is to it. Now we just need to create these two pages in the regular way we create any template. And we'll learn how to do that in the last video. We come up here to templates, right click new file, and I'm just going to file save as, and we'll call this one 404.html. Then I'm going to do it again. So templates, new file, save as, 500.html. And then inside of these, we can put anything we want. So just for now, I'm going to put like a line break. Let's center this. And let's go H1. Let's just type in 404 error.
Why is this center grayed out? Depreciated. H1.
And then down here, let's just go page not found. And again, this doesn't look pretty. Try again. But it will get the job done. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, save this file, come over here to our 500, and then for here, let's go 500 internal server error. And instead of page not found, let's just go try again. Okay, so that looks good. So let's head back over to our terminal, make sure we're in our C Flasker drive, make sure our virtual environment's turned on, make sure the server is running. We can come back over here to our web page. We can go to any page that doesn't exist. So join.html. We don't have that page. Uh-oh, we have an error right there. What did I do? Zoop. Right here. No colon right there. So, of course. Okay, it's Friday. We always make mistakes on Friday. Flask Friday is not immune to the mistakes. So, okay, so app error handler, no colon there, no colon there. Go ahead and save this. Head back over here. Hit reload, boom, 404 error, page not found. And, you know, this is join.html. We can put just any kind of gobbledygook in there. And again, page not found, try again. So pretty easy to do these custom error pages. And, you know, every website.
That's pretty
this.
cool.
It's a very common thing. So now I want to talk about version control. And if you're familiar with any kind of coding, you're probably already familiar with version control. It allows us to back up our code, keep track of it over time. If there's a mistake, we can roll it back to a previous version that worked. It's good for teams. It's good for solo people. It's just the best practices when it comes to coding. And it'll also help us because we can push our code up to GitHub. And then later on, we can also push our same Git repository up to web hosting, for instance, Heroku, or our web hosting. So we really sort of need this if we want to make this a real website up on the internet. Right now, we're just running this on localhost, but it's just something you're always going to want to do. So head back over here. Let's Control C to break out of our server. Now, our virtual environment is turned on. I'm going to go ahead and deactivate it, and we'll turn it back on in a minute. And the reason this is because we need to create some SSH keys. So we're going to create a Git repository to save all of our Git code, our version control code. Then we're also going to push that up to GitHub. And to do that, we need an SSH key, a secure SSH key that allows the two to connect securely and for them to be able to verify you are who you say you are and you're pushing the code to the right account and all that good stuff. So we need to create an SSH key. And if you haven't done that before, this is how we do it. So let's cd into the ~/ directory. And if we pwd, this is the main sort of default directory that should come up whenever you open git bash if you're on a Windows computer. And mine is C users Codemy because Codemy is my Windows logged in username. Yours will say something different, but that's fine. So the first thing we need to do is make a directory to hold our SSH key. So mkdir, and now this needs to be a hidden directory, so .ssh. And the dot makes it a hidden directory. So we can do that, it'll create that. Now we need to move into that directory.
Wait a minute, wait a second. I need to cd tilde. Cd, where's my tilde gone? Here. Tilde / right? Okay. Make directory, make dir .ssh. I got an error, man. Resource exists. Already exists.
Our key. So cd change directory .ssh, and you can see we are now in there. We can confirm that with pwd. We're going to see users codemy .ssh. So okay, so far so good. We can ls. We can see there's nothing in there. So to create an SSH key for Windows users, it is just ssh key gen.exe, and that's really all you have to do. Now it's saying, where do we want to save this? We want to save it right here, so I'll just hit enter. It's asking for a password. I don't ever put one, so I just hit enter again, and it's been created. Now,
wait a second. SSH dash keygen dot. Enter the file in which to save the key. What did he say for that?
Password, I was saying gen.exe, and that's really all you have to do. Now it's saying, where do we want to save this? We want to save it right here, so I'll just hit enter. It's asking for a password. I don't ever put one, so I just hit enter again, and it's been
Not letting me
created.
press
Now,
enter for
if
that,
you
man.
put a password in there, every time you try to use this thing, it'll ask for that password. If you get that password, you're gonna have to regenerate the.
Busted. It froze. What's wrong? Try it again. Terminate. Right, it was cd.ssh. Oh boy. cd tilde / cd dot ssh. Now I do ssh keygen dot exe. Enter. No password. Done.
Key all over again, and it won't be usable. So this is already a secure thing. I don't see a need to put a password on it, so I never do. So okay, we've generated our SSH key, and we can tell that by typing ls. We can see here is the key. There's two of them, a private one and a public one. The public one is the one we're interested in. That's the one we're going to need for GitHub. So we can actually see it. We can type the catalog command, and we need to do this. So catalog id_rsa .pub, and we hit enter, and this is our SSH key.
Alright, hang on. This one? Catalog. Doesn't work. Oh, you do cat. Okay.
So we need to copy this. So highlight it like this, drag your mouse, highlight the whole thing, and then right click and copy. Now we need to head over to GitHub and add this key to our GitHub account. Now if you don't have a GitHub account, go ahead and sign up. It's completely free. Go ahead and do that. Then when you're logged into your account, come over here to settings, and then look through here for SSH and GPG keys. So we click on that, and you can see I've got a bunch of them already. We want to add a new one, and then we just come down here, right click, and paste in that key. And we hit enter. It's gonna ask for your password again. It's been a while since I logged in, and boom, it's been.
Yeah, it's asking for my password now. I think it's this one. Boom.
Added. So now, anytime you try to connect to GitHub from your terminal, it'll use that key, it will recognize that it's you, and everything will be fine. Okay, so let's head back over to the terminal and let's set up our version controls. So we can clear the screen. We need to move back into our Flask project. So cd c/Flasker, and yep, there it is. Now,
No, hang
before
on.
we get started, we're gonna push all of this stuff up to GitHub. But we don't need to push our virtual environment up to GitHub. That really doesn't have anything to do with our Flask project per se. I mean, it's an important part of the project, but we don't need to save that for version control purposes. So we need to tell Git to ignore that whole directory. And we can do that by creating a git ignore file. So to do that, I'm just gonna type touch.git ignore. And the period in front of this, just like our SSH directory, means that this file is hidden. So okay, we can do that. Now if we type in ls, you can see it doesn't even show up there. But if we head back over to our Sublime text, you can see, boom, there it is, git ignore. If we open it, there's nothing in there. So inside of here, we can type in .git ignore and then vert and then the /. We're saying, hey, we want Git to ignore this vert directory. So go ahead and save this. But if we head back over to
touch don't work for me, man.
text, you can see, boom, there it is, git ignore. If we open it, there's nothing in there. So inside of here, we can type in .git ignore and then vert and then the /. We're saying, hey, we want Git to ignore this vert directory. So go ahead and save this, Control S, or come up here and file save, and then go ahead and close this. Now we're done with that. We can ignore that forevermore, right? But it needs to.
Can't I just do a new file and call it .git ignore? And then in here I just put in what he had. Vert. But for me it'll be venv, no? Yeah, venv. Dot get ignore venv.
And then go ahead and close this. Now we're done with that. We can ignore that forevermore, right? But it needs to be there, and now it's there, and that should be good. So, okay, now let's set up our version control. So head over to codemy.com/git, and here are the instructions for setting up version control for any project. And I've been using these 5 commands for like 20 years. I don't remember what they do or why we use them. I just remember every time I want to set up Git for a project, and you should do this for every project you create, we just copy in these commands into the terminal. And we have to modify the first 2 with our name and an email address, but the rest of them we just copy and paste in there. So, all right, let's go ahead and do this. Let's copy this first one. Head back over to our terminal, and we need to turn on our virtual environment first. So let's go source, vert, scripts, activate. And we can see now our virtual environment has been turned on, right? That's good. So let's type in that first command. So let's paste it in. It's git config -- global user.name and then type in your name. Why does it need your name?
My
Because
get's not
version control
recognized.
keeps track of the changes of your code over time. So it needs to know who you are. So it could say, hey, John Elder made these changes to the code, right? So it needs to know your name. So, okay, that's the first.
Okay, who cares about all this then? I don't even want to use GitHub.
/GitHub. And it's done. Now we can head back over here and hit reload. And you can see here.
Go file, settings. What do you say? File, settings, plugins. Search for GitHub. There's loads. GitHub's installed. Flippin' heck. Wow. Maybe I need Git. I have to restart my ID. Do you... yeah. Oh boy. Let's run this, then let's get a terminal. Down here. Probably have to restart again now. Get for Windows. Is it done? Oh no, it's installing. It is installing, my brother. Git has been installed. So now I can do the command, right? I can do this one. No. But I might be able to do it here. Whoa. Oh, so can I do this now? This view is read only. Oh. How do I push? No, branches. Hide. Don't know how it works. Maybe I need to... Why are these red? Master. Can I push them now or something? Oh, you can commit a file from here. So can I just commit the whole thing? Unversioned files. So how do you version it? Oh, there's a commit. Did I just push them all? Specify commit message. First commit. Get username is not defined. I have a username. It is here. DEVVY Sean. That's committed. 10 files committed. So do I see the repository now in GitHub? No. Where did they go? Oh, I need to do push, right? Commit and push. Select files to commit. I don't really know what this is doing. See, it's committing it to this bloody thing. No idea. No idea. No idea. Let's just continue.
Here it says tweaked 500.html because somewhere in this, every project you create, every time you have a bunch of repositories, you can see I've got 64 repositories. I've got 64. What's going on, guys? John Elder here from Codemy.com, and in this video, we're going to look at templates, nav bars, and links for Flask and Python.
Empty a drink. Good boy, Harry. Ding donk.
Alright guys, like I said, in this video, we're going to look at templates, nav bars, and links. But before we get started, if you like this video and want to see more like it, be sure to smash the like button below, subscribe to the channel, give me a thumbs up for the YouTube algorithm, and check out. So with any sort of website, you're going to want to break your website apart into sections. Think about all the websites you've ever seen. They all have the same sort of nav bar on each page of the site, right? They all have the same sort of footer section on every page of the site, for the most part, right? So it sort of makes sense for us to break apart parts of a page that are going to be the same on every single page and put those in their own little file. That way we only have to do it once, and if we want to make changes to any of those things, for instance, if we want to add another link up here to our nav bar in the future, we can change it in one file, and then that will show up on every single page of our website. We don't have to go change it on every single page. All of those pages will pull from that one file, and the same with the footer. And Flask makes this very easy using templates and extensions, extend base. We're gonna make a base file. And so that's what we're gonna look at. We're also gonna look at setting up the Bootstrap CSS framework. You can see our site looks a lot better now. We've got a nav bar, we've got some colors, it sort of hovers and things change. We can click on this. We're also gonna look at links. And this is sort of a dynamic link, so user John, I'll show you how to pass those types of things into links in this video. So lots of stuff to do in this video. Let's jump right in. It's Flask Friday, right? So let's check out our code. And the first thing I want to do is create a file called base.html in our templates directory. So let's come up here to our templates directory, right click and click new file. And then I'm just going to right away save this as base.html.
Okay.
Now this is the file that's going to be our main template for the rest of the website. All the pages of our website are going to pull stuff off of this page. So what we need to do here is set up a couple of tags here, and we need to create a block. So let's go block, and let's call this content. And then anytime we open a tag like this, we need to close it. So we just type in block. So inside of these two tags, every page that uses this base.html file, for instance, our index page, all of this stuff will sort of get pulled out by Flask, and sort of on the fly, it will get sort of like pasted in right there. Now it's not actually pasting this stuff in, it's all doing it behind the scenes whenever one of these pages is called. So the stuff above this tag and below this tag, so we can type above, and let me put some line breaks, and then let me just copy these line breaks, and we can go below. Now whatever we put here and here will appear above and below the content, this block content of our page. So we go ahead and save this. Now we also need to take these and add them to each individual page. So right up here at the top, I'm just gonna paste these in. We have our block content. The end block goes at the end, and I'm just gonna kind of tab all this stuff over just so it's sort of understood where all this stuff is going. So, okay, we also need one more tag up here. We need to say, hey,
how do I turn off GitHub actually? It's annoying. Maybe if I go to plugins.
use that base file in with this file. And to do that, we use the extends tag. So we just go extends and then base.html in quotation marks. So I'm gonna copy this, and we need to put this on every single page of our website. Now we've only got a few pages here, so this shouldn't take very long. Let me just this, and then for our 500 page and also our 400 page. We also need the end block tag, so come down here and copy this and put that on every page at the bottom. And we don't have to tab this stuff in, but I'm going to just. Makes sense. And again, end block here, and let's tab, save, and finally the end block here. And again, let's tab that over, save this. Okay, so that looks good. Now if we come back to our website, make sure our server is running, so Flask run. Notice we're in our C Flasker directory. We've got our virtual environment turned on. We've got main, so that means our Git is initialized. Okay, so our server's running. Head back over here. So we hit reload. We get above and below. And there's something going on here, probably from a prior video. Yeah. So we can maybe take that out. All right, let's save this and now hit reload. Okay, so we've got now above and below. So if we go to, for instance, user/John, we get above and below on that one as well. If we go to a page that doesn't exist, we get our 404 error, but we also get above and below. So now if we want to change something on above or below, like I said, we could just change it in one place. We could say this is above, right? If we wanted to make that change, I don't know why we would, but we made a change one time, and we click here, boom, this is above. Go back to this page, hit reload, it's there. Go back to the main page, hit reload, it's there. And so that's really cool. So we can make a change on one page and it reflects on every single page. So very, very cool and very easy. And that's all there is to it.
Hang on a minute. My index extends base dot HTML is not working. And my base.html is not working either. And block content. Did I mess it up somehow? It says this is above. And mine's printing it out for some reason. extends base.html. Try save. Maybe I have to rerun it. Kill it. No. It's printing out. HTML. What I messed up?
All right, let's save this. Got main, so that means our
You have to use the percent signs. Whoopsie. Then all wrong then. Just save it now. I'm good now.
we just put this, and then for our 500 page and also our 400 page, we also need the end block tag. So we come down here and copy this and put that on every page at the bottom. And we don't have to tab this stuff in, but I'm going to just because it makes sense. And again, the end block here. And let's tab, save, and finally the end block here. And again, let's add that over. Save this.
I just might how to set up GitHub with PyCharm. PyCharm lets you manage Git projects hosted on GitHub directly from the IDE. Register to be able to receive data from the repository hosted on GitHub or share your projects. You need to register with GitHub. You need to register your GitHub account in PyCharm. Click Control-Alt-S. Control-Alt-S. I'll just do it through settings. Thank you very much. Version control. Okay. Then what? Click the plus. In the dialog that opens, what? I don't have a I don't have a plus. Maybe GitHub. Add account, maybe, yeah. Oh. Now what? Now I can push to it, or how does it work? How do I push the whole thing? I want to push the whole project. No commits selected. Define remote. See, it's flipped up. No, something's not He's not here, dude. See, it's doing it. It's not right. It's doing it to my bloody... There's a Git folder in here. That's the problem, I think. Delete it. Delete it. Now reload my thing. Now it doesn't have a GitHub thing, so now I do. Wait, there's no GitHub option here now. Okay. How do I do GitHub now? This one's already here. Well, what's the problem now? I did mess something up. Okay, I don't understand. Okay, that's my default now. Now what? Project. Ah, create Git repository. Why here? I want to put it on GitHub, no? This doesn't push it to GitHub, does it? Commit, maybe? Commit the directory? Yeah, just commit all of them, I guess. But where's it going? It's local, see that? I don't want it local, I want it to go to GitHub. How to push project to GitHub from Python. To push changes from a current branch, press Ctrl Shift K or choose Git. Push from the menu and push the changes from any local branch that has a remote. Select this branch in branches, pop up and choose push. Okay. So this pushes them. Now I need to add a remote. How the flipping heck do you do that? Back to project maybe? Manage remotes. Name origin. I can just call it in GitHub. Wait, I'm confused about this one. Open the project you want to share from the main menu. Main menu. What does that mean? Up here? I don't have it. Wait, that was it? I did it. So where do you go for that again? GitHub. Oh my god. Is it there now then? Refresh? Oh, it is. No way. Cool. Wasn't too bad. So if I make a change now, let's just add change equals 0. What do I do now? I have to. Can I just go and push it again? Oh, maybe. How do I push to it now? Do I just do push? I got nothing to push because I need to commit the changes, right? So I need to go here and then commit one change. Added variable equal to 0. Commit. Okay, now I can do what? Up here maybe? Push. No, it's push in here though. Did that push to GitHub? Let me see. "31 seconds ago." Maybe it did. Oh, it did. Alright, I'm set up. So, yeah, and I added 0. What's this thing do? No new line at end of file. That's okay. Cool. Okay, get rid of GitHub for now. What's pull requests? I don't want this. Just leave it there. Alright, I get rid of that now. So if now that I've made that change, does it do it? Like if I refresh? No, because you have to commit, right? So I have to commit the changes. So then I just do get commit main removed added variable commit. And now has it committed it to my thing and I don't have to do a push? Back. No. So I do have to do a push. So I just do get push, right? Push, push. And now it will be there. Yeah, okay. Alright, we're good to continue then. See, did all this time.
Okay, so that looks good. Now if we come back to our website, make sure our server is running, so Flask run. Notice we're in our C Flasker directory. We've got a virtual environment turned on. We've got main, so that means our Git is initialized. Okay, so our server's running. Head back over here. So we hit reload. We get above and below. And something going on here, probably from a prior video. Yeah. So we can maybe take that out. All right, let's save this and now hit reload. Okay, so we've got now above and below. So if we go to, for instance, user/John, we get above and below on that one as well. If we go to a page that doesn't exist, we get our 404 error, but we also get above and below. So now if we want to change something on above or below, like I said, we could just change it in one place. We could say this is above, right? If we wanted to make that change, I don't know why we would, but we made a change one time, and we click here, boom, this is above. Go back to this page, hit reload, it's there. Go back to the main page, hit reload, it's there. And so that's really cool. So we can make a change on one page and it reflects on every single page. So very, very cool and very easy. And that's all there is to it. So now let's add the Bootstrap CSS framework. If you're not familiar with this, go to getbootstrap.com. This is a completely free CSS framework. It's the most popular CSS framework in the world.
Wait,
It
what
allows
is
us
this?
to create all kinds of cool visual things on our website just by
Bootstrap.
copying and pasting code. So I went over here and I clicked on docs, documentation, and then just scroll down here to starter template. And let's copy this. So let's bring this over and put this in our base.html file so we can get rid of this above and below stuff. We don't really actually want that. And instead, let's paste.
1 second. So is this the starter file? No, this is create a new index in the root. Include the meta name viewport as well for proper responsive behavior in mobile devices. Okay. Include Bootstrap CSS and JS. Place the link tag in the head. Where did he get his starter file from? HTML5. Signing. Go back to his thing here.
HTML file so we can get rid of this above and below stuff. We don't really actually want that. And instead, let's paste in that base.html file. So we're also going to need to move our block content tag. So let me copy this. And
Hang on.
it's the most popular CSS framework in the world. It allows us to create all kinds of cool visual things on our website just by copying and pasting code. So I went over here and I clicked on docs, documentation, and then just scroll down here to starter template. And let's copy.
Scroll down to starter template. No, I don't have that anymore. Option 2, separate popper and bootstrap. I guess they got rid of it, maybe? Or do I need Bootstrap version 5? Maybe here. Start template, okay.
Copy this. So let's bring this over and put this in our base.html file so we can get rid of this above and below stuff. We don't really actually want that. And instead, let's paste in that base.html file. So we're also going to need to move our block content tag. So let me copy this. And let's come up here to the top and look for the H1 stuff. That's where we want our content to go. So I can paste in those content blocks.
Where did he paste that? He pasted it above the
block content tag. So let me copy this. And let's come up here to the top and look for the H1 stuff. That's where we want our content to go. So I can paste in.
Oh, he got rid of the H1 tag.
Those content blocks right there. Or we don't actually need a space there. So, okay, that will work. Now I'm also going to put a line break to push this down a little bit. And I always put a div here, so let's go div class equals container. and then close our div. And let's tab this in a bit. Okay. So this container just takes everything and moves it over a little bit so it's not right on the edge of the screen. That's just a bootstrap thing.
And my div at the end.
And okay, we should be good to go. So now this bootstrap theme should work on every page of our site because we've added it to our base.html file. So let's go ahead and save this, head back over to our website and hit reload. Now notice the font, right? Sort of look at the size and the color.
My website's busted, man. It might not be running, is it? Oh, it's not running. Oh no, I hit debug. Stop. Okay, it's running now. I got an error. Block content defined twice. Where? Save. Reload. Whoa. Why is mine off over here?
When we hit reload, boom, everything sort of changes a little bit. The font is skinnier, everything looks a little bit sleeker, it's moved over. That means Bootstrap has been installed correctly. Now we're not actually installing Bootstrap this way, you could, but we're just using this template file and it will call the CSS CDN, Content Delivery Network, for Bootstrap, and it will also add the JavaScript stuff down here at the bottom. So I find that that works just as well as installing Bootstrap in your app. So that's what we're gonna do. So, okay, coming right along, we've got our templates set up. We've got Bootstrap set up. Let's create a nav bar now. So head back over to getbootstrap.com, come down here to components, and let's look for nav bar. And we scroll down here and we see here's a nav bar, and that looks good. So let's go ahead and copy it. So to use stuff in Bootstrap, you almost always just copy the code, paste it into your code, modify it a little bit to suit your needs, and then you're good to go. That's why Bootstrap is so cool, because it's just this easy. So let's head back over to our code, and instead of putting this, we could put this in our base.html file. We could just put it right here, right? Because this is where the nav bar goes. Instead, I want to break this even further into another file. So let's come up to templates, create new file, and let's go file, save as, and let's just call this navbar.html, because there's a lot of code here. Let's just paste in all of our navbar code. And okay, now the one thing I always do is I change it from light up here to dark, because I like a dark navbar instead of that light gray.
My navbar. Why is yours on the second line? Mine's is on top line. Navbar dark. BG dark, I guess.
So we can do that. Let's go ahead and save this. Now we need to sort of pull this in to our base.html file. Now we could use a block tag like this, or we could also use the include tag. So let's go include navbar.html. And you just put this wherever you want this navbar to go. So we want to put it first thing right under our body tag of our HTML. This is right where the web page itself starts. Everything above here is just header stuff like this title.
Yeah.
So let's type in Flasker, whatever, for our title. Okay, so that should work. So let's go ahead and save this, head back over here, and let's hit reload, and boom, we've got a nav bar. Awesome. If we go to another page and hit reload, we've got a nav bar there. If we go to another page, our error page, and hit reload, boom, we've got the nav bar there. Very, very cool. So let's go ahead and modify this nav bar a bit. Maybe we'll keep this search bar for now. We might use that. Let's get rid of this disabled link. Let me go back to the home page here. And we can do that by just looking through our navbar code, and towards the bottom, just look for disabled, and there it is. And then just go up to the LI tag. This is the list element, so we can, or list item, I suppose.
Yeah, and just delete it,
So
right?
we can sort of click on it, and the closing LI tag highlights. So I know to get rid of all of that. So if we save this, come back over here, hit reload, boom, now that's gone. And we got this drop down. Now we don't really need that for now. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Same thing, look around for drop down. There it is right there. Come up to the LI tag, hit it. You can see it highlights. Look for the closing LI tag. There it is. So let's just get rid of all of this. Save this.
Wait, you kept the UL though. You kept the UL. Nah, you have to get rid of the UL too, mate. I think. Wait, why is there a UL here? Pretty sure you just do it like this. Wait, what's this A? Oh. Oh, it's here. Okay. Alright, did that get rid of it for me? Wrong place. No, I still have drop down. Maybe I didn't save. I still have drop down. Oh, I see. I might not have deleted all of it actually. Look. He said the LI tag, didn't he? This LI, where does this LI close? Oh, here. And then this UL is closed, but where does the UL... Oh, okay, so if I just delete all this, that should get rid of it. More all these colors. Alright, I don't have a drop down.
Reload, make sure that looks okay. Okay. And I want to get rid of
Do not have a drop down now, Cub. Tash, are you watching my stream? Or is that someone else?
this home link as well. We'll keep this one. I like this sort of darker, muted link instead of this bright link. So let's get rid of this home link. So again, look around for home. There it is. There's our LI tag. There's our closing LI tag. And we can get rid of that. Save this. Reload. Okay, so now...
Ah, yeah, I don't see home. Am I blind? Is it in here somewhere? Button. Submit. Button. Button. Type. Am I looking at it? What? Oh yeah, home. So you just get rid of this li class. Oh, I just deleted something at the end there by accident. Okay, save. Nope, wrong thing. Boom. Okay, home is gone. Gone, I tell you.
Navbar, let's change that. And let's just change this to, say, Flasker for now. Save this. Reload.
This navbar, what does it do? Takes me to somewhere called no, wait a minute. I think it just takes you back home.
Okay, so coming right along now, let's knock out this link here. So, and let's actually add a link to this Flasker thing right here too that goes back to the home page. So let's do that one first. So to use links in Flask, we use something called the URL4 tag. So,
Ah, URL4, yeah. What do you mean you're starting your blogs on Word? What do you mean, like, writing them? I'm just having a poop. So I'll be right back.
here's our HTML link, right? Just opening a tag, closing a tag. And the href is where the link itself is pointing.
Yeah.
So right now it says hashtag. If we want to point this to somewhere else, we use our double brackets and then the URL for tag. So just note, we're not doing that kind of tag. This is double brackets, so it's sort of like a variable, right? So to use this, we go URL_for, and this is a function. And inside of here, we can pass whatever we want. So we want this to go to our home page, our index page. So we reference the index route, the index function of our hello.py file. So if we come back to our hello.py file, we see we've got these functions, index, we've got user, we've got page not found, though I don't know why you would want to point a link to page not found, but it's these function names here that we're referencing in the URL for tag. So, okay, let's go ahead and make sure this is saved.
Hey, wait a minute. Oh, you just call index. Makes sense, and you don't call it. Oh, so you call the function of main, which returns the template index.html. Okay, I get it. So now if I save it, reload the web page. Now if you were on a different page here, like say user/Sean, and then you click type one tash, takes you back home. That's clever. So I could link to anything. We can link to Facebook pages, Instagram pages, all sorts.
We've got our index right there. Let's come back over here and hit reload. And when we do, when I hover, you can see down in the bottom left-hand corner down here, it says 5,000. So if we go to another page, for instance, this one, and then reload and now click here, boom, it goes back to our home page, and that looks good. So, okay, now let's change this link to point to our user profile. So user/John, for instance, right? So this is dynamic. Anytime we change this to something else, it creates another page and it says hello Bob there. So we want to point to, let's just say John. So let's say we were pretending to make this a user profile page. So user/John. How can we put this link here? Well, this is different because we're passing information here. For instance, John, right? So how do we pass that into the link? Well, it's actually pretty easy. Let's head back over here. Let's find that link. There it is. And I'm going to call this user profile.
Wait, I have to find the link first. We're not in base anymore, we're in navlink, right? So it's here, yeah, href, right? So he's calling it, instead of link, he's calling it user profile.
And for our link, we use our double brackets. And it's the same thing, URL_for.
1 second. Oh, okay.
It's a function. Now, looking at our hello.py file, we want this to go to user, but remember, user is looking for a name. So we can reference that in the link. So let's head back over here, and we want to point this to user, but then we also want this, we need to put the name equal to something. So we want this to point to John. So if we save this, head back over here, hit reload, go back to a home page, user profile, you can see down at the bottom, it's pointing to user/John. If we click on here, it goes to user/John. So we can navigate back and forth, and that's looking good. One thing I will point out, this is a little bit weird, it's a little tricky. I'm using single quotes here. That's because this A tag here is using double quotes right here. So if I wanted to use single quotes.
Yeah, I get it. You have to swap the quotes around. Other problem. Unexpected bracket, expected a closing bracket. Where have I done that? In my href? Yeah, I have 2 brackets. Why do I have 2 brackets? That should fix it, shouldn't it? No, that's not right. You have to do this. This. It's because I didn't use a closing bracket on Sean. Here. That should fix it. Yeah. So now if I'm somewhere else and I go, say, to user/Tash, it says hello Tash, but if I click user profile, it takes you to hello Sean.
You see, it's throwing all kinds of errors because it thinks that this is the closing quote to this because they're both double quotes. So if they're using double quotes here, that means inside of here we need to use single quotes. Or we could change it around. We could use single quotes here, right? And then we'd have to use double quotes right here.
Yeah.
Right? That's just sort of how that works. So let's save this, make sure that I didn't mess anything up there. Okay, seems to work just fine. So very, very quickly, and we can see John there. Let's change that to uppercase. So let's go to user and instead of lower, let's go, I don't know, title. Okay, that looks better. And very cool. So this search bar doesn't do anything yet. We might mess with that later. We've got a working nav bar that we can change on the fly, and it will be reflected on every single page of our website. We've only got a couple of pages of our website right now, but you know, hey, we are coming right along, and just that easy. So remember templates, we have to just extend out the base in every file we want to use it. We just use this extends base file, and then just wrap your content in this block content tag, and that's all there is to it. Then on your base.html file, put whatever you want in your base template, and then just wherever you want the content to be output, put the block content tag, and that's where it will go. So that's all for this Flask Friday video. If you liked it, be sure to smash the like button below, subscribe to the channel, give me a thumbs up for the YouTube algorithm, and check out Codemy.com where you can use coupon code YouTube1 to get $30 off membership. So you pay just $49 to access all my courses, over 47 courses, hundreds of videos, and the PDFs of all my best-selling coding books. Join over 100,000 students learning to code just. What's going on, guys? John Elder here from Codemy.com, and in this video, we're going to look at templates, nav bars, and links for Flask and Python.
I just watched that one though.
Closer. Same thing, look around for drop, and then
Did I?
/John. How can we put this link here? Well, this is different because we're passing information here. Case. So
I think I just watched this video.
Change
Yeah, I did.
on the fly, and it will.
Web
What's
forms.
going on, guys? John Elder here from Codemy.com, and in this video, I'm going to show you how to use web forms for your Flask project with What the Forms and Python.
What the
Because
forms?
like I said, in this video, we're going to look at web
pip
forms
install
using
what
What the
does it say?
Forms. But before we get started, if you like this video and want to see more like it, be sure to smash the like button below, subscribe to the channel, give me a thumbs up for the YouTube algorithm, and check out Codemy.com where I have dozens of courses.
I've made a lot of changes. I should push it to GitHub. Commit. We will say added navbar and template template to base HTML. Commit. That's now committed. Now I go. How do I push it? How do you push again? Get up here maybe and push. Push. Okay, that's gone. Good. Now is it in on GitHub? Let me check. No, it's not. Oh yeah, it is. 25 seconds ago, added navbar and template to base HTML. Okay. Alright, continue.
With hundreds of videos that teach you to code. Use coupon code YouTube1 to get $30 off membership with all my courses, videos, and books for a one-time fee of just $49, which is insanely cheap. Okay, like I said, in this video, we're going to look at web forms using something called What the Forms, WTF. And I've got other videos on a prior Flask playlist that show you how to use forms without What the Forms if you want to just sort of bare knuckle, you know, create these things on your own. But there's some drawbacks to that. For instance, there's no CSRF tokens, there's no form validation, there's no image upload. There's no file upload system, all those good things that you want with a web form. And What the Forms does that for you automatically. So it's really cool and it's really easy to use. And that's what we're going to start to look at in this video. So we've got this little form here. It says, what's your name? I can type John, click the button. It says, hello, John. And you'll notice this is a nice looking form. It kind of glows when we click on it. That's Bootstrap. We've bootstrapified this. We've got a nice button that looks bootstrappy and all that good stuff. So that's what we're going to work on in this video. So we've got our code that we've previously used. I'm using the Sublime Text Editor and the Git Bash terminal as always. And you can find the link to the code for this in the comment section below, as well as the link to the playlist for the other Flask videos in this Flask Friday series. It's Flask Friday. So the first thing we need to do is head over to our terminal and install What the Forms. And notice I'm in my CFlasker directory. Notice my virtual environment is turned on. It says main there, which means our Git is initialized. We're good to go. So let's go pip install flask-wtf. What the Forms? Cracks me up. So that will go ahead and install that. And that's really all we need to do. So now I can Flask run to turn our server back on to make sure this is running. Okay, so that's good. So to use this, we need to import it into our main hello.py file. So up here at the top, we can go from flask_wtf, What the Forms, import Flask form, and that's capitalized. And we also need a couple more things. So let's go from WT forms. We want to import a couple of things. We want to import string field, and we also want to import submit field. And you'll notice the second word in all of these are capitalized. This is a very C type of naming convention because What the Forms is not a Flask thing. It's sort of a framework agnostic form system. And then they've ported it to all the different things. So there's a version of What the Forms for Flask, which we just installed, What the Forms, but it's still built on the core What the Forms system, which I imagine is written in C or something. Anyway, so that's that. We also need from wtforms.validators, we want to import data required. And we'll talk about what this is and what these things are in just a second. Basically, anytime we want to build something in a form, we have to import it. So a string field is basically just this input box, right? We're going to type strings into it, text, right? The submit button, when we click on it, is a submit field, right? So if we had another one with images, we would have an image field, probably. I've got a list of them. I'll paste in just a second. And likewise, this validators, if, for instance, we don't type something in the field and we click the button, we want something to pop up and say, hey, you didn't fill that out. That's a validator. And specific validator that we want is data required. There's all kinds of validators. There's validators for email addresses to validate whether it's a valid email address. There's validators for URLs. There's a whole bunch of them. I got a list. I'll paste it in so you can see them. We'll go through a lot of them going forward. But for today, we just want these three things. So, okay, we've got everything imported. Now we need to come down here and create a form class. So let's say create a form class. And with this class, we're going to create it here, and then we can use it whenever we want just by sort of calling it in a specific function. So if we've got like the user page and we want to use that form, we can import that form into this user function right here or whatever, right? But we have to create it first. So actually, let's do this sort of at the top just so that it's right up there.
Well, why would you do that?
All right, so create a class form. And actually, before we do that, we need to do one more thing. We need to create a secret key.
You up early. I am indeed. Play games instead. No.
Cross-site request forgery, I think, CSRF. And what that does is it creates a little secret key on the form that then will sync up behind the scenes with another secret key and make sure that a hacker hasn't hijacked your form and is trying to do some weird stuff. So all modern web forms have CSRF tokens. And in order to use a CSRF token with What the Forms, we need to create a little secret key.
What the Forms
here. So to do that, we just go app.config and then square brackets. And then inside of here, quotation marks, and then secret_key. We're going to create basically an environmental variable. We're going to store it in app config, which is a nice place to store things like this in our app. So to do this, now we just create a secret key. So you type in some password that only you know, right? Don't share this with anyone. Don't push this into GitHub if you're going to push it on GitHub if it's public. You know, you don't want people to be able to see this secret key. So for now, we're just going to leave it right here because I don't really care. But in the future, we might try and hide this a little better if we're going to post this stuff to GitHub and it's going to be public for the world. So keep this secret. I'm just going to type in my super secret key that no one is supposed to know. Whatever. So that's my secret key, right? So it will take that, scramble it up, do some stuff with it. We don't really care what that's all about. That'll work for now. So, okay, we've got our secret key. Now we can create our class for the form itself. And what I want to do is create a form that has one input box and one submit box. Just very simple, very basic form while we're learning how to do this. So I'm going to create a class, and I'm going to call this namer form, because we're going to ask for somebody's name. So I'm going to call it namer form. It doesn't really matter what you call it. And we want to inherit Flask form, which is this guy we imported up here, right? So we're going to use Flask form in there. And now we just sort of define what we want. We want a name and we want a submit button, right? So for name, this is going to be a string field. Remember this guy up here?
Yeah.
So it's a string field. And then we can give it a little label if we want. I can say, what's your name? Okay. And then let's also give this a validator. So we can go validators.
Okay.
And then equal, and then square brackets.
Yeah.
And then we want data required, and this is a function. So
okay. Oh, you have to put in the
parentheses. And this data required is just this data required up here that we imported earlier.
Yeah.
Right? So, like I said, if you don't fill out the form, this little validator will pop up and say, hey, you didn't fill out the form. Please enter something in this field, right? That's what a validator does. And what are we validating? Just data. Just we want something to be in the field. We don't really care. So
submit will be submit field then, I'm going to guess.
Data, so we use data required. So for submit, this is up here, we called this submit field. So down here, we want to use submit field.
Yeah.
And then for the button itself, we want it to say submit.
Yeah.
Right?
Makes sense.
So that's really all there is to it. We can now use this form whenever we want on a web page. So let's create a new web page. Let's go up to our templates and let's create a new file. And let's go to File, Save As. And I'm going to call this name.html. And let's go to our index page here. I'm just going to copy all of this and bring it over here and paste it. And we can get rid of all of this stuff. But we do want the block content, right?
Mm-hmm.
We want to extend our base so that we get our nav bar and all that good stuff. And then we want the block content. So just for right now, let's just type what's your name in an H1 tag, just so that we can see if this page exists while we create it. So we've got the template. Now let's head over to our hello.py file and create the actual route and the function. So let's go create name page.
Yeah.
So we need a route, so let's go app.route. And I want to point this at /name. Now we also need to do something else. We need to give this a method, or actually methods. And we want to be able to use the get method as well as the post method. And if you're not familiar with get and post, anytime...
1 second. You're going a bit fast there now, buddy. Yeah, these are just HTTPS methods. Equals open here, quote it, get, and post. Oh, they are uppercase.
If you have a form, you're either going to get or post that form, right? So you usually almost always post a form and you get a web page, right? So, you know, when you fill out a form, you click the button.
Now we need the
essentially posting it to the back end.
Now we need the function.
We have to define that this page will be able to allow things to be posted to it. Right?
Very
so we put methods equal
I
post.
love watching
So
this
that's our
type of
route.
stream. It's interesting to see come together and develop
So
it.
define name.
Yeah, it's fun.
Now normally, for instance, this user, we return render template, and we still want to do that. So I can put that in there, but we want to point this to
return render template.
Right? And we don't need to pass
name
in here just yet.
HTML.
I'll leave that blank. But now we also need to pass in our form that we created up here, right? So to do that, we just come down here and we say the name of this thing is none. It doesn't have a name, and I'll explain what that is in just a second. And then the form we want to use is namer form. Right? So this is namer form with parentheses because up here
it's a class.
We called it namer form.
Yeah, and
right?
you passed
so
in
saying,
Flask
hey, use that form, basically. So now, the reason why I'm creating a variable called name is because when we fill out this form, it's creating, let's see, where's our form?
Yeah, it's going to get a name.
It's creating a name, right? And when the page loads the first time, there isn't going to be a name. So we're going to set that to none. And then if somebody fills out the form with a name, name will equal whatever they put in that form. But for the first time, it's going to say none, and you'll see why in just a second. Because we want to do a little logic when the page first loads. So, okay, we got name and we've got form.
Shadow's
now
name
we need
from
to
outer
pass
scope.
these onto the page itself. So we do that down here like always. We can just set name equal to name, and let's set form equal to
I'll just do it
form.
here then.
So this form is
Name
this guy.
Equal name.
This name is
form
this guy.
Equal.
Right? And then we'll access them on the page itself by referencing
Form.
this name variable and this form variable. Now we're almost done. We also need to validate some stuff. So we want to go if form dot validate underscore on underscore submit.
Hey, wait a minute. Oh, he's doing if in here. If, yeah, that's a function. Wow.
Then name equals form.name.data.
Form.name.data.
And form.name.data now equals nothing. So we're saying, hey, if somebody submits the form, then take whatever name they submitted, assign it to this name variable.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, name is none, right? So we're going to say, hey, if they filled it out, make name whatever they filled out in that thing, and then we'll sort of clear it for the next time around. And then we'll pass these things in to our template right here. So, okay, that looks good. So let's go ahead and save this, and let's run this just to see if this page shows up.
Oh,
so our
God.
server is running in the background.
Wait a second. I've gone too many. Right, save. Reload. Now, how do I get to it again? Oh, what happened? Invalid syntax. If underscore name. I think we just have to rerun that thing. Yeah. Now, where did we link to? We linked to /name. So, /name. What's your name? But I don't have the box.
Head back over here and let's go to localhost :3000. There's no link there. We need to create one. But for now, I can just come up here and type in /name. And it says, what's your name? So that seems to be working. So before we go forward, let's create a quick link in our nav bar that points to this page. So we don't have to type it in every time. So let's head over to our nav bar over here. Come down here, find a link. This one will work. I'm just going to copy it, paste it in again. But the URL for is now going to point to...
Wait a minute. Link like this one. And I can put it inside my unordered list, yeah? But this time it will be called... Get rid of the name part. And it will be called what?
Name. And
Name, okay.
we don't need to define a name beforehand. And then I want the link URL to just say name. So, okay, let's go ahead and save this and run it, make sure that looks okay. So come back to the main page, hit reload, name shows up. When I click it, it goes, what's your name?
Yeah, let me see if mine works. Go home, name. Yeah, it's working. Okay.
Okay, so far so good. Now we need to put the form itself on this page. So
Yes, we do,
let's get
yes.
back over here to our name page, and I'm gonna get rid of this. And we want to do some logic here. So the first time around, if somebody comes to the page, we want the form to appear. And we want it to say, what's your name, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they click on the button, it will post and redirect back to this same page. And if that's the case, we want to say, hello, Bob, or whatever. And we don't want that form to be there anymore because they've already filled it out, right? So we need a little logic for that. So we can use our regular Jinja here, and we can go if name.
If
So
name.
if name exists,
Yeah, I was gonna say
then
that.
what? Well, if name exists,
Don't show
let's
the
go
submit thing.
h1 hello, and then let's just print out whatever that name is. Exclamation mark, because I'm very excited.
Wait a second. I need to put in my things. If name exists, I will tab over and do a H1 here. And I will do hello space name with some exclamation marks. Okay.
Right? Else, again, Jinja, we want to do something else. And we want to go H1. What's your name? And then we want the form. I'll just type form for now. And then down here somewhere we need to...
Else. We'll do H1 again. And we'll do what's your... Oh, I should do it like this. Yeah. Oh, what's your name? Question mark. Oh dear. And then we call form.
And if. Because whenever you open an if statement, we always need to close it. And inside of here, we need to put the form itself. So actually, let's put a little line break in here. So there's a space between the what's your name and the form itself. So how do we use the form? Well, whenever you create any form in any web framework at all, you create a form tag, you set the method equals to post almost always, and then you always close your form tag at the end. So now we just need to build out this form. So let's create a couple of tags here, and the first thing we want is form.hidden_tag, and that's a function. This will create our CSRF token. And you notice we're calling form.things. If you remember back in our hello.py file, we're passing form, so we can reference form.whatever. And this form.whatever has all of the stuff that we defined in the class when we created it, right? So we can reference all this stuff. So hidden tags is one of the things we can do.
Tag.
We can also do form.name.label, right? And that is going to be up here, this label right here that we put in here.
Do I have to put that in another?
Right, so that's the label for
Jinja
this field.
brackets.
So that's cool. And we also want the input box itself, so that's form.name.
Yeah, you do. Form dot name dot label, and that will be space Jinja. And then form, let's see, form dot name,
right? Because of course back here we call this name. It's a string field. That's input box basically.
yeah.
Okay, so form.name. This one probably needs a function thing. We'll do that. And let's also put a line break here, and now we need the button. So the button is just
Button.
form.submit. Right?
Okay.
And that should do the trick. So let's go ahead and save this and see how this looks. Come back over here, hit reload. Okay, so it says what's your name. Now notice this doesn't look great. We haven't bootstrapified it yet, but all right, it looks like it should work. So let's type in John, click the button, hello John, and it works. Now we come back to name again, it starts all over again. So that's all there is to this. And
I think I might have used wrong brackets, but I'm gonna load it and see if that works. Boom. Yeah, I did. What's the problem? Template error, unexpected %. Where did I put a %? It doesn't like something. Let me see. So I've got if name %% hello name. I can do space here and here. H1 tag is fine. My else tag is fine. What's your name's fine. Form method equals post, and I closed it properly. And then I've got form.hidden tag brackets, curly brace, form.name.label, curly brace. And then I got form.name, curly brace. See what this guy
Form.submit.
is. He? Yeah, he calls a function there too.
Right. And that should do the trick. So let's go ahead
And then that's all inside form. Mine's exactly the same.
and save this and see how this looks.
So something's wrong. Base HTML. What didn't it like? Does it tell me what line? Maybe down here. If name. I don't like the percent in there for some reason. Not sure what the problem is. Reload it. Yeah, still the same. Unexpected percent. What, an if name? Line 4. Why doesn't it like that? If name, do this, else do that, else if name. Maybe something's wrong with my if name. Let me see. Yes, there is. Well, that was kind of obvious. Why didn't I see that? Okay, that should fix it. Yay! Now we have a submit box. What's your name? Sean. Hello, Sean. That's cool. Tash. Hello, Tash.
Name. Let's come back over here, hit reload. Okay, so it says, what's your name? Now notice this doesn't look great. We haven't bootstrapified it yet, but all right, it looks like it should work. So let's type in John, click the button, hello, John, and it works. Now we come back to name again,
Harry.
starts all over again.
Boom.
So that's all there is to this, and it's really cool. Now, what if I don't fill out the form, but I still click the button? Hey, it turns red, a little thing pops up. Please fill out this form field. That's what the validator is. Very, very cool. And really
Please
easy,
fill
really
in
nice
this
to use.
field.
So,
Oh, yeah.
okay, we've got this thing. Now it doesn't look great. Let's bootstrapify this. Remember, if we head back over here to our code and look at our base.html, we've used the Bootstrap framework. So that means we can use all the Bootstrap stuff in our code. So let's come back over here to Get Bootstrap. Click on Docs for documentation. Come down here to Forms. There it is. And click Overview. Now they've changed the whole form system for Bootstrap 5. This was very different in all the prior versions, and Bootstrap 5 just came out. It's pretty new. So it's a little different if you've used Bootstrap before. Now, in order to use things, we used to have to create a form group and then use form control tags for everything, right? You still use form control tags, but you don't have to use the other thing, the form group, I think it was called. So we actually don't have to do anything at all. We don't have to call a class on form. All we have to do is give whatever we want a class of form control for the thing. Labels get a class of form label, right? So let's do that one first. So I'll just copy that. Now, where do we put this in our code? It's a little tricky. Well, we've got this form name.label. We can give this parentheses, and we can pass in a class right there, right? So you see, there it is, some space. I just pasted in class form-label. And we can do the same thing to these
Form.name label. Oh, right, in here, yeah.
guys here. Right, so let's head back over here to Bootstrap, and let's see, we want class form control, so I'll copy that, bring that back over here. And for our name right there, I'll pass that in, class form control.
What do you mean for name? Form.name is class control. Form.label. Oh, I put it in the wrong bloody place. Form.label needs to have a bloody function then. And then I need bootstrap. This one. Form control goes in here. Form control is form.name. Form.name? Yeah.
And finally, for the submit button itself, we want, let's see, BTN primary. And this will change color based on the button that you pick. Primary is a blue button, which we probably don't want, but we can start out there. So, okay, class BTN-primary. So, okay, let's go ahead and save this and reload this. See how this looks. And boom, now we have Bootstrap forms. We click on them, they kind of glow.
Much
they
nicer.
stretch out the whole screen. We can resize that later if we want.
Hello,
This is, nice text.
my name
Button
is.
blue. Now, I don't really like the buttons, so we can come over here to components. Click on buttons. Here's a list of buttons. Here's this gray button, secondary. So instead of BTN primary, we'll use.
Where did he get that from again?
Secondary.
Buttons. Where's buttons?
Just copy that.
Content?
I like that gray button. It goes with our theme more, right? Dark colors and stuff.
Buttons. Where did he get buttons from?
Head back over here.
Buttons.
And instead of primary,
Where did you get buttons from, man? Breakpoints.
Back, reload.
Forms
Boom,
range.
just that easy. Now it's gray. We might want to change this button up here to secondary
Buttons.
instead of green. So we can do that real quick if we want. Head over to our nav bar. There it is. And look down here for the search thing. There it is. BTN outline success. We want BTN outline secondary.
Why? What's he doing now? What does that do?
Now that's gray.
Oh, okay.
Whatever.
Yeah, I don't care
like
about that.
We've got a theme going on here. And again, this now works. So maybe we'll try Bob this time.
Can I put this in here?
Hello, Bob. And you'll notice the form disappears. It just says hello, Bob.
Yeah, because there's a name in the variable now.
Starts it all over again. But very cool. And that's how you create forms. Now, I mentioned
Hello,
earlier.
hello, name.
Come back and look at our main code here. We use the string field and the submit field. We also use the validator of data required. And I mentioned there's a bunch of these that you can choose from. So I've got a list. Let me just paste it real quick and we'll go through it very, very quickly. Let me just copy these, bring it over here. And maybe in our class form, I'll just paste these in. And I'll leave this in here so you can check the GitHub.
Holy moly, there's a lot of these.
But we've got Boolean field. Boolean is true or false. We've got a date field, date time field. The difference between date and date time is.
So where does this get stored?
Time, right?
We need a
So
database.
cool. Decimal fields, 1.0.
Let me commit these changes while he's talking.
Numbers. File fields, if you want to upload a file. Hidden fields.
Commit.
Multiple fields, field list, float field,
Added
field,
forms.
integer field, whole numbers, password field if you want to do a password.
In name.html.
Little stars on the thing, type, that's cool. Radio field for radio buttons, select field for drop-down selections, select multiple fields, submit field, we already used that one, string field, we already used that one, and text area field, that's like a box, like a square box, very useful. And then as far as validators go, there is the data required, we already used that one. This was email. It validates whether it's a valid email address, which is super useful. Equal to input required IP address, if it's an IP address. Length, MAC address, which is a computer networking thing. Number range from 10 to 20, whatever. Optional regular expressions. URL, that's a super useful one. Did they enter in a correct URL? The UUID is, I think, unique user identification number. Any of or none of. So these are the different validators. We'll go through and use a lot of these or several of them as we go forward building out this project. Same thing here. We'll use several of these going through and building out this project. But that's the list if you want to look at it. And also, if you're very, very curious, you can just come over here and go to Google and type in Flask WTF what the forms. And this is the Flask what the forms documentation. Has all kinds of stuff you can read about if you're interested, or you can look at the original what the forms, right? This is the sort of the core what the forms, and then this Flask what the forms is sort of a port for it that allows us to use the original what the forms with Flask. So it's very cool. So that is how to use forms in your Flask project with cool things like validators and stuff like that. Like I said, you can bare knuckle this and create your forms without using what the forms, but then you have to do all the code for all the validation. The CSRF token is a huge pain if you try and do that on your own. It's almost not even possible. You can use things like reCAPTCHA with what the forms that
Oh,
you know, it's a
really?
lot harder to do on your own. So I just recommend that you use what the forms if you're going to use forms in your Flask project. Super easy, as you've seen in this video. Doesn't take but a few minutes, and really cool. So that's all for this video. If you liked it, be sure to smash the like button below, subscribe to the channel, give it a thumbs
Smash
up
the
for the
like
YouTube
button
algorithm,
below. Where
and
do
check out
I
codemy.com where you
want
can
to
use coupon code
ignore
YouTube1 to get
this?
$30 off
Pep.
memberships that pay just $49 to access all my courses, over 47 courses, hundreds of videos, and the PDFs of all my best-selling coding books. Doing over 100,000 students learning to code just like you. My name is John Elder from codemy.com, and I'll see you in the next video.
Add a hint. Nope. Okay,
What's going
I
on,
guess.
guys? John Elder here from codemy.com, and in this video,
Hey,
look at
did it go to
messages
the next
for
one?
Flask and Python.
What's it? Oh, it is the next one. Okay. Messages.
Alright guys, like I said, in this video we're going to look at messages, but...
Alright, so, Tash. I think I've learnt enough that we can add links to the website now, so... What do you want these to be up here? Currently, this one that says type 1 Tash, it just takes you back to the home page. There's 3 links at the minute. Any preference on anything you want up here? I was a... I was a blog, then homepage. Oh, you want one that says blog. So you want the homepage to be something like a welcome screen or something, and then you want the link, so say maybe you want one in here that says blog. So we need to add a blog. So we'll add it to navbar. Crikey, do I know how to do this? I think so, right? We just do this. Nav item, and then the href we need to make something. So we'll call it blog. Homepage I want welcome screen and my diagnosis, story pics and links to social media platforms. Okay. Blog, but you want a blog on the nav bar, right? You want a blog button. What are you laughing? URL for name. So now let me see if I can remember what I learned. So that links to, what did he say? It links to a function, right? Yeah, it links to a function. So all I do now is I do an app.root app.root, and it will be going to a /blog. I don't need methods, I don't think, because we're not getting our post and stuff. Then I define, what should we define? We'll just call it blog. Yeah, blog. And then we will go in here, and all we have to return is a HTML render template. And then I need to make it. I need to make a template called blog. So HTML file, blog.html. And in here we can just have the title can be my blog. And then we'll just put in the body a h1 tag for now that says welcome to my blog. This is just to see if it works. Hopefully we can make it fancy later on. And then we just link to blog.html, and here we do like this, and we do blog.html. So that will return that now. Now I go back to what? Navbar, right? And in here I do blog. And that should return. Now we reload the web page. Now we have a blog. And we click it. Oh, why is it taking me to what's your name? Huh? Name takes me to blog. And blogged. What did I do? Oh. Oh. Wait, that needs to be name. And this one needs to be blog. Hehe. Boom. Now when we click blog, it says, welcome to my blog. Oh, we lose the navbar though. Why do we lose the navbar? Try and figure that out. So we lose the navbar because render template name.html. Ah, I know why. We have to extend this in my blog. So where's my blog HTML file? Here. We need to go to the top and then put in these, and then we need to, what's wrong with this? Unexpected tokens. And just do whatever, I don't care. And then I need the end block. I don't understand what unexpected tokens means. Does that mean it's not going to run? Blog. Ah, it's still working anyway. So the navbar stays there. I asking for a lot, that's why I laughed. Yeah, but it'll be good because I can learn it, so. We all good? So now the navbar stays there. And then I can get rid of the name and user profile things, but I'll leave them there for now in case there's more to learn in the well, obviously there's a lot more to learn. There's like 30 more videos. So you want that to be blog. I wonder what else we can do. Let's have a look. Navbar brand. What does that do? Here's an example of all the subcomponents. Home link. Home navbar. You probably want one that says socials, don't you? Or social media or something. Or where did you say you wanted your social stuff actually? Homepage, I want a screen and then oh, you want the links to social media on the home page. Okay. Should be able to do that. Right, what else can we do in here? What's brand? The navbar.brand can be applied to most elements, but an anchor works best. Some elements require utility classes or custom styles. Add your text with an element. I don't get that though. What does that do? We can make the nav bar. Oh, you can have it. Oh my God, you can have images. Wait, we could do it way fancier. We could add your social media like at links at the top, and we can have the image of like a Facebook icon, Instagram icon. Look, according to the documentation, you can do images, and you can even add text afterwards. So you could do a Facebook icon and click. You could have it say Facebook. Image source. You just have to give it the source. That's cool. Bootstrap. Let's try it. Let's try it. Do we want that one or just the Facebook one? Let's just do this one. So where would I put it? It goes in nav bar and it would be a list item, right? Probably. Why does it look like that though? Should it not be a list item? Maybe it should go up here. Let me save this for now and see what it does. Someone's been in the garden, gate wide open. Maybe it's the wind? Oh, it added a button. But it looks disgusting. Probably because it can't find this image. Facebook icon. I need to get a Facebook icon. And we need a template called static, right? Or a folder. Should it be in templates? No, it should be here. New folder, new directory. Call it static. And then inside this, new folder, and call it images. Now let me see if I can get Facebook icon. PNG's fine, yeah. Download. .48 by 48 is probably fine, yeah. Alright, now let's do move it. We need to move it. Icon needs to go into images. Then I need to get an absolute path. Or, no, I just need to get path from the content root. And then change the source to it. And then see what happens, I guess. Might not work. Oh, it did work, but look at the white background. It ugly. Why is that? Alt, navbar, brand, href, container. I bet if it was a white, I wonder if you can have it black. Is there like dark? Is this it? Navbar light? Yeah, that might be why. Change that to dark. And a dark background. Now save. Oh, look! Fancy! Yeah, I might have some toast or something actually, yeah. And maybe a coffee. Look at that though. You got Facebook button, man. Doesn't do anything yet, but that's cool. And you can have one for Instagram. You could order it as well, so it's, you know, not like here. Or you could put it over here to the right by the search bar. This thing's really good. Bootstrap. Very, very cool. Navbar navigation links build on our nav options in their own modifier. What else can you do? You can have drop downs. Forms we've learnt about. Input groups works too. If your navbar is an entire form, I don't know, save HTML, text. Navbar text with an inline element. Navbar dash text. Span class. Navbar with text. Navbar with a text inline element. Color schemes. Oh, the blue's cool. Hey, what's this one? This one's nice. What are we at the minute? We're like a dark black. What's this one? This is navbar light style background color. Should we try that one? That would be here, right? You do class navbar. I need to replace that everywhere though. Up here. Couldn't I put this in a list item though? Let me try something. Facebook. Let me get your Facebook. See if this works. Where was it? It's in here in href. It might not work though. And now, did I change that up there too? I did. Alright, let's see what happens now. Now it's light, but I can't see none of the colors. Or what did I do? I broke something. Oh dear. How did I break it? I guess we go no style. Let's try this. Oh, it might just be that they were there, but the colors are not good. Oh, it works though, look. You click Facebook and it links to your Facebook. That's pretty smart. Okay, that's cool. Let me push it to GitHub again. Oh wait, I need to commit my changes. Added blog link on navbar and added Facebook link. That's pretty cool. that you can do that. Navbar, expand, LG. Maybe that's what messed it up. Let me have a look. Not here. Here. Dark background. Maybe I can just pass in this style, maybe? I want to test it out and see. Where would it go? Yeah, like that. And it would go here. See what happens now. Nothing happens. So now change this to be not dark, light. What was it? It was, oh, it was light, just light. Let's try it out and see what happens. Light and light. Control save. Oh, so the links are there, yeah. Oh yeah, look, you just cannot see them because of the color of the text. Must be a way to change that. Probably here. We'll leave it dark for now though. Let's get rid of the style. Okay, we're back. This is cool though, the Facebook link. I like that. I did that myself. You can even have it linked to certain things, like if you wanted it to link to, I don't know, like a direct thing, even a certain page or a certain photo. You could have a link that'd be like my dogs or Harry or something. Alright, back to my video.
Before we get started, if you like this video and want to see more like it, be sure to smash the like button below, subscribe to the channel, give me a thumbs up for the YouTube algorithm, and check out Codemy.com where I have dozens of courses with hundreds of videos that teach you to code. Use coupon code YouTube1 to get $30 off membership with all my courses, videos, and books for one-time fee at just $49, which is insanely cheap. Alright, it is Flask Friday. So let's head back over to our code, and let's open our hello.py file. This is our main file that sort of holds all the guts of our program here. And to use messages, we have to import something up here at the top. So from Flask, import Flask. We're also importing render template, and we also want to import Flash. So these are technically Flash messages. They flash up on the screen whenever you need them. So Flask makes messages just drop dead simple. So let's come down here, and wherever we want a message, we just have to sort of create it. So we're in our name function here, because we want this to occur on our name page here, right? Localhost / name. So inside of this function, we just have to define the Flash message and sort of say where we want it. So we've got our form stuff, and we've got this if statement here. So we're validating the form submission right here. So if the form.validate on submit, then we do some stuff. Well, right here is where I want my Flash message in this case. So to use it, we just call the Flash function. And then inside of here, we pass in whatever little message we want to flash to the screen. So in this case, I'll say form submitted successfully. Is that how you spell successfully? So, okay, that is all you have to do. We don't have to push anything here. And normally when we sort of pass variables or things to a website, we have to use these variables down here in our return render template.
I didn't get it.
Right? So we pass name, which is form name, or I guess this form name, and the form itself, right? This thing. We're passing these into the web page, and then we can then use them. We don't have to do that with Flash messaging.
Thank you.
Okay. Your thing's looking cool.
Yeah, it's fun.
Because we imported Flash up here, Flask, not to be confused with Flash, knows what to do with them. So we've created this. Now this will just work whenever we run our form thing right here. So we're almost there. Now we need to make a little change in our name.html file.
Uh-huh.
Because this is the file where we want this, we have to sort of tell Flask where we want that message to pop up. So the message system will return potentially more than one message. So we need to loop through the messages and then just print them individually out onto the screen. So let's see, we've got our block content here, and here's our if statement for the hello name stuff. So right above here, I'm gonna go for
Mm-hmm. I'm eating some toast. Whew.
our message in get underscore flashed underscore messages. And this is a function. So make sure you've got your function here, right?
Yeah.
Make this a little smaller, put it all in one line. So for message in get flashed messages, right? And now anytime we create a for loop, we just have to end our for. Do that right away. Now inside of here, we can just type message. Okay, so go ahead and save this.
Uh-huh, hang on. I'll get my toast. Now I do quote. Oh, quote. And I do message. I want to put a space here and probably here. And then N4.
And let's come back over here and reload our name page. And now we can just type in a name, click submit. It says form submitted successfully, and there's our message. Now
I
this
don't
does
have
not
it.
look
Oh, I do, sorry.
cool, but this is the message, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, that's awesome. Now, what if we want to make the little box that we had at the beginning of this video? Well, that's a bootstrap thing. So let's go to getbootstrap.com and click on docs, and then come down here to components, and then alerts. And here's a bunch of alerts we can use. Now, these are just regular alerts with no little checkbox, so we probably don't want that. Looking through here, here's with different links in them. We probably don't want that. Here's a big one. We definitely don't want that, or maybe you do. And here we go. Here's one that just has the stuff and a little checkbox. When we click it, it sort of fades away. You can read about making it fadeable or not in here by adding the dot fade right here. So you can take that out if you want. But this is what we want, this thing right here. So let's go ahead and copy this, head back over to our code, and inside of our for loop here, I'm just going to paste that all in.
Inside
and then
the
instead of all of this text right here,
oh
we
boy.
just put our message, right? This guy. So let me copy this, and let's put this right there. Save this, and that's really...
What did he do? Holy guacamole. What did he do? Let me check him out. Hang on. So he got rid of. He got rid of. Now I have my message still.
Paste that all in. And let me tab this over. And then instead of all of this text right here,
Yeah.
we just
What?
put our message, right? This guy. So let me copy this, and let's put this right there. Save this, and that's really all we need to do. So let's come back over here, and let's hit reload. And
So how does it break? So, oh, because it's inside a div, and then the div closes. So my message gets called, and my message comes from here, right? Form submitted successfully, because that's Flash. Yeah, save it then. Uh-oh, resend. Form submitted successfully. Alright, let's try again. Sean. Ah, it does flash up, and you can close it. Ah, but this stays.
try this again, and now it says form submitted successfully. We got the little X. Now watch this when I click the X. It kind of fades away. Watch. It's very quick, but it fades. If you don't want that,
But your text.
click it, it sort of fades away. You can read about making it fadeable or not in here by adding the dot fade right here.
Let me see
Take
again.
that out if you want. But this is what we want, this thing right here. So let's go
This
ahead and
is
copy
still
this,
being
get
printed.
back over to our code, and inside of our for loop here, I'm just going to paste that all in.
Mm-hmm.
Now let me tab this over. And then instead of all of this text right here, we just put our message, right? This guy. So let me copy this.
Oh, I know what I did wrong. I called the message twice. Where are we in now? We're in name. I did call the message twice, no? Yeah. So if I get rid of this one, that should fix it. Form submitted successfully. Yeah, that fixed it.
And let's put this right there. Save this, and that's really all we need to do. So let's come back over here, and let's hit reload and try this again. And now it says form submitted successfully. We got the little X. Now watch this when I click the X. It kind of fades away. Watch. It's very quick, but it fades.
Zoom.
If you don't want that, we can come down here and just get rid of this fade. So we save that. Come back here, hit reload, try it again. Now when we do it, boom, it just disappears. I like to fade, so I'm going to leave the fade in there. And that's all there is to that. Now we can change the color of this if we want. You see right here, the class that's being called is alert-warning. And if you know anything about Bootstrap, the color system is, well, it's just right here. So yellow is warning. If we look down here for this, it's going to be the 1, 2, 3, fourth from the bottom. 1, 2, 3, fourth from the bottom. Warning, right? So right above it, red, danger. Maybe you want danger. Above that, green, success. So maybe you want success. We can copy this, bring it back over here to our code, and instead of warning, we could type in success. Save this, come back over here, hit reload. Boom, now it's green. Maybe that is what you want. There's other things. There's this light blue. That's the very first one. That's primary. And these labels work for buttons too. So if you want a blue button, it's a primary button. If you want the gray button,
I like
it's
green,
a
yeah.
secondary
Nice.
button. If you want green, it's success. Red is danger. Yellow is warning, etc., etc. So that sort of color scheme works throughout Bootstrap. So almost anytime you want to change a color, you can use those labels to change the color to these colors, right? So let's head back over here and let's try primary, see how that looks. You know, it's Flask Friday. We're just playing around. Hit reload, boom. Maybe like that. I don't know. I kind of like the yellow. I think I'll stick with that. So let's change this back to warning. Save this. come back over here. Tim, hello Tim, form submitted successfully. So, this is very generic, form submitted successfully, but as our app gets more complicated, we can custom tailor these messages for specific situations. So, we can't, for instance, if we come back here and just don't fill out anything, it won't let us submit the form because of the what the forms that we did in the last video. But if that didn't exist and we wanted to throw a warning that said, hey, you forgot to fill out your thing, we could do that as well. But we don't need to do it now because it's already got this little thing here. We could pass in something else to our message too, everything that's already on our page. So for instance, name. We could come up here and do message. We could do something like, hey, name. Back here, hit reload. Now it says, hey Tina, form submitted successfully.
Oh,
right?
that's cool,
So
yeah.
you can play around with that in any way you wanted to. Not really what this video is about. Take this out. But you can play around with it any way you want. So we don't just have to use these with forms. We can play around with this anywhere we want. So for instance, on our index page, if we wanted to come in here and say flash welcome to our website, I don't know why you would want to do this, but you could save this. Now open up our index. Let's see, index.html, and up here we come back over here to our name and grab this whole block. Come back, paste that in there. We could, and now if we save this, come back over here and go back to our main page. Right away, when you come to the main page the first time, it says welcome to our website. Right? If you reload it, boom, it comes back up. Now I have no idea why in the world you would want to do that, but if you did, you could using Flash messages. There's all kinds of uses for this. Now, obviously, I don't think this is a good idea because this is just silly, but I'm just trying to point out that you can use these not just with forms and form submissions. You can use them in any sort of way you want to pass any sort of message you want to any sort of page of your website that you want at any time. So maybe that's handy, maybe it's useful, maybe it's not. It just sort of depends on your app and what you're trying to do. But anytime you want to flash a message like that, just that easy and pretty cool. So I will get rid of that because I don't think we need that on our index page. We come back to our hello.py file. Let me just take out that again. Save this. Come back here, hit reload, make sure that's gone. Okay, and it's gone. This one still works. Hey, form submitted successfully. Yeah, pretty cool. So that's all for this video. If you liked it, be sure to smash the like button below.
Smash the like button below. CSS next. This could be a fun
What's
one.
going on, guys? John Alder here from Codemy.com, and in this video, I'm going to show you how to use CSS, JavaScript, and images for your apps with Flask and Python.
Yeah, not JavaScript.
Alright guys, like I said, in this video we're going to look at JavaScript, CSS, and images. But before we get started, if you like this video and want to see more like it, be sure to smash the like button below, subscribe to the channel, give me a thumbs up for the YouTube algorithm, and check out Codemy.com where I have dozens of courses with hundreds of videos that teach you code. Use coupon code YouTube1 to get $30 off membership. It's all my courses, videos, and books. One-time fee at just $49, which is insanely cheap. Alright, it is Flask Friday once again, the best day of the week. And in this video, we're going to look at static files, JavaScript, CSS, and images. And using static files with Flask is super easy, shouldn't take but just a few minutes to explain this, but very useful. Now, up until now, we've been using Bootstrap, which is JavaScript, CSS, and images sort of all rolled into one, but we're hosting that on the Bootstrap CDN. We're just pulling it in. That's not something we can really modify unless we use our own JavaScript, CSS, and images. So that's what I'm going to show you how to do in this video. Not modify Bootstrap, but just use static files like that. So you can see I've got an image here. I changed the color of our headline thing. I made some JavaScript down here with tiny little text. We're going to look at all of that in this video. Okay, so I'm using the Sublime Text Editor and the Git Bash terminal as always. And you can find a link to the code in the pinned comment section below, where you can also find a link to the Flask playlist. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is head over here, and in our main root directory, right-click and create a new folder. And you can see down here it pops up. We want to call this static.
I already
now,
did that.
Flask knows to look for static. That's a certain thing that Flask understands, so we definitely need to name this static. So inside of here, you can put all your JavaScript, CSS, and images right in that directory, and that would work fine. But, best practices, we want to separate this even more. So let's create some new folders inside of our static folder. And the first one is going to be images.
Yeah, I already did that
Let's do
earlier.
another one and call it CSS.
We can do
And
CSS.
then another one and call it JS, short for JavaScript. Now, in each of these folders, we're going to put each of these things. So let me pull up a file directory here in Windows, and I'm just in our Flasker directory. This is our main directory. And you see now we have this static, and we have this images directory. I've got an image that I want to use. So I'm going to pull it over and just drop it in there, northpeak.png. So we'll play with that later, and you can see, boom, it pops right up.
Okay, I'm gonna need to get an image then. Yeah, let's see what you got for images. Shall I use this image? Yeah, this will do. Save image as. Put that in the images folder. Okay, where am I?
Here, we can open it inside of here if we want to look at it. Okay, so how do we actually use this? Well, let's come to our CSS file here, and let's create a new file. And see it pops up, and I'm going to save this as style.css. And all CSS files end in .css, so that's sort of normal. And inside of here, we can create some basic CSS. I'm just going to create some style for our h1 tag. So I'm just going to turn this to dark blue. And maybe we want to put the font size to, like, I don't know, 60 pixels or something huge. Whatever. And maybe we want to change the body of our website. So I changed the background to F4, F4, F4. This is sort of a very light silver gray color. So now, if we head back over here, you can see this is all sort of gray a little bit. And actually,
Hey, go back.
refresh this so we see what it looks like before.
Oh, it wasn't
color.
ready.
So now,
Oh, that's just for. Oh, okay, I get it then. Why is my CSS stuff not I'm not getting the colors on my things like I should. Well, it probably still works. Body will be have a background of hashtag F4 F4 F4. What, like this? Yeah, I guess so. Background F4 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 F4. What do I have? Yeah.
if we head back over here, you can see this is all sort of gray a little bit. Actually, let me refresh this so we see what it looks like before. So I'm in my C Flasker directory. Our virtual environment is turned on. We can run Flask run to run the server. And when we do, we come back over here. We can come back here to name, and you can see, type in John. It just says the screen is white. It says hello, John, in black. So how do we make these changes in CSS that we just created right here? How do we make them show up on the website? Well, let's save this, make sure this is saved, and let's head over to our base.html file. And this is where our basic head stuff is. And you can see from our earlier video, this is the Bootstrap CSS link. So I'm just going to copy this and paste in another one. But instead of Bootstrap, I'm going to say RCSS. And instead of this, we can get rid of that, and we can get rid of all of this.
Okay, give me a second, mate. I need to select these somehow. Is there no easy way of selecting? Oh. So this will be. Why did that indent? My CSS. And then what did he do? He got rid of the relative, right? Probably. He's going to get rid of the href.
Okay, so how do we actually use this? Well, let's come to our CSS file here, and let's create a new file.
And it will just be this one,
and
probably.
I'm going to save this as style.css. And all CSS files end in .css, so that's sort of normal.
I don't know what the integrity is.
Some basic CSS. I'm just going to create some style for our H1 tag.
Oh, whoops, we've done that bit. Let's fast forward.
Our gray color. And actually, our virtual environment here, we can come back here to name, and you can see, type in John. How do we make these show up on the website? Well, let's save this, make sure this is saved, and let's head over to our video. This is the Bootstrap CSS. Bootstrap, I'm going to say RCSS. And instead of this, we can get rid of that, and we can get rid of all of this integrity stuff.
Okay, so we didn't.
So this is a
anything.
basic link to a style sheet, right? It's a link href. You point to the style sheet. You give it a rel of style sheet. So where do we want to point this? Well, we want to point it to this style.css sheet. So how do we do that? Well, we use a Django for URL tag. That's FOR URL. And this is the same tag we've used for other things like links.
So we do, wait, go back. Maybe I still need this link though, so I'm gonna keep it. I just didn't have these brackets. And I need to do URL for. URL, is it underscore? Yeah. And then open these probably. And close these probably. Do I have to put this? I'm gonna guess you put this in a quote. We'll see what he does. Might be ahead of him here.
URL. And this is the same tag we've used for other things like links. So for instance, if we come over to our nav bar and look through here, you can see this URL for tag for this link, right? Same thing, we're creating a link, but this one's a little bit different. We put user and then name equals. For this, we want to put static in quotation marks and then a comma and then set the file name equal.
Okay, I was not even close. So he wants only the static. And then he wants file name equals
to something. Now notice these are double quotes, so inside of here we have to use single quotes, or vice versa. We could make single quotes outside of here. If we did inside, we would have to use double quotes.
This will just
So
be my
style.css, pointing
right?
to this file. So it's in CSS. So we would do CSS/style.css. Okay, so that should work. Now if we come back over to our website and hit reload.
CSS.style.
Uh-oh. For URL. I misspelled URL for. It is definitely flat. Uh-oh. Right. So
yeah, I knew it would be a /. Why am I even being dumb? Style.css. That should fix it, right? Save.
URL_for. Wow.
Yeah, see the text is blue
so
now,
come back here, hit reload.
and the page
You
is
see
like
this is now
slightly
blue.
grey.
The whole thing has a gray background. See right here, it's white.
Yeah.
And this form outside is sort of a gray color. So that's how we use CSS.
Very cool. What are you doing? Nearly forgot to record. Record what? What you forgot to record? Asked Harry if he wanted to play, and now his limp has gone. Miracle.
Boy, thank you. Good boy, thank you.
Nice one. Good boy, Wonald. McDonald. 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 Oh, what's this one?
Come on, Ronnie. Come get to mummy.
Ah, look at Limpy Harry.
Ronnie, come get to mummy. Good boy, Ronnie.
Nice. That's cool. Very cool.
Change this any way we want. So if we come over here, we want to change this to red, we can do that. Come back, hit reload, boom, now it's red, right? We want to change this this background from gray to, I don't know, something else. Green. I don't know how we could do that. come back, hit reload, green. Wow, that is horrible. So, I don't know, put this back. Change it
Yeah,
to
you're
dark
not
blue.
wrong. That is horrible.
So now obviously we don't really care about this CSS. This is probably not how we're going to keep this. I just want to show you how to create a CSS style sheet with whatever CSS you want in it and then use it. So, okay, we've got the CSS. Now how do we use the images? Very, very similar. Let's head back over here
Very
to
similar.
our name and
Yes.
let's see.
Name, yes.
Where it says hello name, underneath there, let's put a line break and let's put an image. So
1 second. Hello name. Why does he want to do this though? I don't get it. But I shall follow along. Image src.
traditionally an image tag looks like this
Equals.
in HTML. img src. And the source needs to point to the image.
Yeah.
So again, we can use a URL for tag, not a for URL tag. And again, point it to static and then set the file name.
Why do you have to do it this way when I can just do it? I can literally just go to the path. Makes no sense, but I guess I'll do it this way. Also, do I have this right? Because mine is, yeah, it's right, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Static. And then what? It was comma file name equals. Oh, I can't use these. File name will equal what now? It will be CSS. Nope. It will be images / this dot jpg. I think I got that right.
Equal to, and we want this to point to images / this is going to be north peak.png. Now this is going to be very big, but I'll keep it like this just to show you how to change that. Come back here, hit reload.
Now we open the website and we go to name and we do Paul. And it didn't work.
Type in John, click submit, boom, there's the image. Now this is much too big.
Why did mine not work? I don't need this quote. Do I? No, I do need that quote. Oh, it's images. Images. Save. Alright, let's retry it. Name equals Paul. Submit. Boom! Hello, Paul. Still not playing games. No. Still learning. Tash? Tash?
Mic off. Mic feedback off. Mic on. Mic feedback on.
Come and look at your this website when you type in the name. Look. So I click name up here and say what's your name, and I'll go Paul. Paul. Boom.
Why is that on my website?
Because it's funny. Oh, look at these cool messages too. Like, so say if it's part of the plugin for this thing, it's called WTF Forms. But if you didn't put any information in this box, it will tell you, please fill in this field and stuff like that. And when you do put something in, let's say I did just say I did dad, look, and I do submit, it has this form submitted successfully, and you can little banner that pops up. It's really cool. It's like the stuff we have at work for Lyra. Look at your Facebook works too. Did you see that?
Yeah,
If you click this icon, it takes you to your Facebook page.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yep. Document expired.
Can you do it so like say someone puts instead of what's your name, we like submit a form and they can type their name and it populates a box of like comments and stuff and they can submit it.
Yeah, I think so. I think that is going to be later on because he's on. I see a few videos down. He's talking about connecting a database, so you'll need the database to store the comments. But for now, we got Dad.
Scratch on your foot.
Huh? Holy mackerel! That was Ronnie.
I got one on my leg too.
Jesus, it looks horrible, huh?
Look at my knee.
Yeah, that was Ronnie when he ran this morning. I just learnt CSS, look, with one update of the CSS file. So, what color do you want? See these things here, what color would you like these? Just for now, like, it's not going to be there forever, but the headers.
Purple.
Oh, purple, okay, let's see.
Purple.
Purple. And what about a background color for the whole page?
White.
That's purple now, look. Welcome. White. It's like I've made it like a little grey at the minute. That's what it is now.
Oh yeah, like that. Yeah, like that. Like an off grey. Yeah, like that then.
Or you could do this.
Oh yeah, I like that actually.
But I think actually it'll be better if we.
Welcome to the vlog needs to be white now.
Huh? Or what, the text? Yeah, we can fiddle with that. But I think I'm gonna put it back to grey for now. But I think what will be better is we'll use a background image actually. Like look at these. Look, background images for HTML. Like you could use one of these things like this, you know, or like this. Look,
Oh yeah, that's nice.
cool backgrounds. You can even change all the colors in here. Look, you can look. Yeah. There's oh that one's
That one's nice.
moving.
Look it. Oh, I like that one.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's nice. I like that.
Yeah, see stuff like that. You can do all that. But we need to get the functionality sorted
So
first.
we can resize this using basic HTML like we always would. So just go with equals.
I've written some of my blogs.
So
Huh?
I've written some of my blogs.
Oh, nice.
I've done my diagnosis story, and I've got like little tabs so I know what I'm going to do, and I'm going to go all into my retinopathy, and then I'm going to like how I found out and all that stuff, and then go into my gastroparesis, and then I've got all like my quantum tech and like control IQ and all that stuff.
Oh, you don't do commas.
Why are you licking the scratch that you made, Ronnie?
1100 or something.
Yeah, you did
That should
that.
fit. Come back here, hit reload, try this again.
Yeah,
Okay.
you did that, monkey, monkey.
Now it's automatically resized.
You did that,
Piece of cake.
monkey, monkey. A little monkey, monkey, yeah.
Ah. Did work.
Did you see Ronnie's training? He was giving me the ball back.
Yeah, that's good.
We did it loads of times.
Oh god.
He learned that if he wants me to throw it, he's got to give me it. My little boy. You two, wait around. Hey, stop. He's growling.
This is cool.
So okay, we're moving right along now. Let's do some JavaScript. So
Oh no, not
let's head over
JavaScript.
here to our JavaScript.
Oh
And
no.
let's create a new file.
JavaScript.
And let's go File, Save As, and I'm just going to call this myfile.js.
My
And let's create some very basic JavaScript. So let's go document.getElement by ID. And let's search for demo. And this is going to be .inner HTML. And let's set that equal to this was created with JavaScript.
Oh, it's not
Okay.
supported in here, man. It's not supported in my... Oh, you need PyCharm Professional. How much is that? 30-day trial. Yeah, but pricing. PyCharm... £6.90. Oh. Thought it would be super expensive. That's not bad. I will think about it. Let's see if it works for now, though. It might work. Might work straight out of the box. Document.getElement by ID demo dot inner HTML. What does this do?
So just some very basic JavaScript, and I'm not going to really go into what this is. Just we'll change an element of your page to whatever we just set that equal to. So now if we come back,
Wait, I didn't get the end. Inner.html equals this was created with JavaScript.
Okay.
Oh, it's not a capital S.
So just some very basic JavaScript, and I'm not going to really go into what this is. Just we'll change an element of your page to whatever we just set that equal to. So now if we come back here, and let's go underneath our image. Let's put a couple of line breaks. Let's create a p tag with an ID of demo. And this is stuff. Close our p tag. Right, so if we go ahead and save this, this will put on the screen, this is stuff. And we're giving it an ID of demo because over here, we set demo to that. So if we save this and come back here and here.
Can you go backwards? I have to give demo in quotes. PID equals demo. But then I not, wait a second. It should be inside my P. So this should be here. No, it looks better. ID demo, and then in here I will just put this is stuff. Dot.
Because over here, we set demo to that. So if we save this and come back here and here, reload, we see down here, this is stuff. No JavaScript has actually happened yet. So to actually use JavaScript on the screen, same thing as the other tags. We just need to come down here and create a script tag for JavaScript and src, same as always. And then we always want to close our script tag, right? Now we just call our script. So again, same tag, URL_for, static.
Script equals, man, I hate JavaScript so much. It's ugly. Ugly language. URL_for. Do I need the space? Static. Which is now closed. And then I have that, and I have to close my script tag. Like this.
And then set the file name equal to.
Oh god, file name after static, of course. Why didn't I think of that? Also, wait, It goes inside the curlies. Yeah. Wait. I missed out a quote here. Boom. Now I do file name equals quote.
This is going to be myfile.js.
Myfile.js. That's yeah.
Okay. So this is just the basic way you call JavaScript files. You use a script tag and then you just point to the file. So here we're using the URL for pointing to static. Oh, this is not my file. This is going to be JS/myfile. All the errors today on Flask Friday. So
I thought that, yeah. Because you've got to go to the folder first and then find the file. At least it didn't give an error message. But it did change it.
okay, let's save this. I caught that one though. Save this, come back here and reload. Now, instead of it saying this is stuff, it says this was created with JavaScript because that JavaScript file was called and it changed the text dynamically. Very cool. So let's mix this all up. We've got CSS. Let's use CSS on this text. So we can do that. Head back over here. It's Flask Friday. Let's create a new style. And we know, let's see, the ID is demo. So we can just call demo. And then we can do whatever we want. Let's go, I don't know, font underscore size. Let's put this at like 12 pixels, make it real small. I don't know. Playing around. Gonna reload. Boom, now it's very small. And if we want to have it change the color too, we can do that, whatever you want. So I'm just gonna do this. Down here. Okay, so save this, reload. It's Flask Friday. And you can sort of make out that it's blue now since the text is so small. It's kind of hard to read. We could change that if we want. 42. Big. Boom, this was created with JavaScript. Whatever. Change that back. So very cool. So that's how you use static files. Very, very easy, right? We just create a static directory, and inside of there, I like to put these separate directories because it's a good way to keep track of what's JavaScript, what's images, and what's CSS. It's best practices to do that. It makes sense to sort of keep those things all separate. But like I said, you don't have to do that. You can put them all in the static file. And then if you did, instead of putting like /images, you would just put North Peak, right? But we put them in the images directory, so we have to put that in the file name thing there. And then it's just URL for like every other link that you create. The only difference is you started out with static, and then you add this file name like that. So pretty simple and really straightforward. So that's all for this video. If you liked it, be sure to smash the like button below, subscribe to the channel.
Smash the like button. What's next? Oh, databases. Databases next. I'm just gonna have a look at PyCharm Professional. What does it have over PyCharm Professional versus Community? PyCharm Professional gets Python and Jython, Cython, Rust, Dart, or SQL, HTML, XML, JSON, JavaScript, TypeScript, CSS, React Native, Angular, JS, Node.js. God, it gets a lot of framework support too. Jupyter Notebook as well. And all of these. Build tools. Oh my god, you can get NPM and everything. Embedded terminal. Database tools, HTTP, GitHub support. I already have that. SSH, commercial, 30-day free trial. um. Oh, I better commit these changes, man. Added. What have I done? What was the last push? Added blog link on navbar and added a Facebook link. Added static folder, images, CSS styles. Commit and push LD. Okay. Wow, it's 11:48. Why, when you go here, the list is not here? Why is that? We don't want this anyway, to be honest, the user profile. Alright, let's see what we can do now. Where is my index? Here we go. Hello world. We'll call it... This is the header, isn't it? See... Yeah, man, this is my web page. Why is that printing that? Ah, because of this. I'm trying to think now. Think about it. Think. No, we don't want the main, we need the index. Would it be a header? No, it's going to be in the body. No. Let's wrap the div here. So that won't break it, right? It's all in a div now. Yeah. Oh man, come on. What? Def page not found. Put this down a line. Oh yeah, should indent more stuff. Probably should do it properly to make it look nice. And that's it. So in here I should be able to do background. No, is it image? Image, background. God, I forget now. Does Pro, let me see, where did that PyCharm thing go? PyCharm, Pro versus community. Ah, this lets you do HTML too. So you have to put in styles. But does the style go before the div? Can I do that? No, you can't do that.
What image are you doing?
What do you mean?
Are you doing a picture image as a background?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how you add a style.
Nicely. Nicely.
Maybe I can just put it in the body. Oh, I don't have a body. Just put it in here. Where did I put? It was under user. No, it was under name. You have to do URL 4. Probably. Element style is not allowed here, it says. I'm not sure then. I can put it in the paragraph. You can put it in style here. Style. P.
Is that proverbial?
But you don't close the thing, so go back. Can I just throw in here? Style.
You're smiling at me.
Nope, it's not allowed. Element style not allowed here. Maybe I can link to them then. Don't have a header in here. Okay. Game time now. Oh, did I finish my coffee? Yeah, I did. Hello, Harry. Are you a good boy? Are you a good boy? Are you a chickadee? Are you a chickadee?
In fact, take it off me. I'm very good now, Dad.
Stop. Good boy. Harry, you can barely walk, cub. Alright, it's game time now, Tash. Where's that guy's thing on? Oh, here. So I've done that. Let's do 8. I've done, no, have I done, yeah, I've done that one too. Databases next. Databases, passwords, how to return JSON. Ooh. Add a blog post model and form. Show blog posts, individual blog post pages. Edit blog post. Delete a blog post. User login. So when this whole project's finished, you'll be able to like log in to this website and add your blogs and stuff, Tash. Tash,
Huh?
when this whole project's finished, you'll be able to log into the website yourself.
Oh, I can log in and add it all.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Add blog posts, delete blog posts. So it'll be like your own personal
Can I add my
Facebook.
own photos?
I think so. I'm not sure though.
So you just do like the background bit of it, and then I do the functioning bit.
Search blog posts, edit blog posts, admin page, search results, set a default profile picture, upload a profile picture, deploy Flask app with database on Heroku, only delete correct user, fix and show profile picture, null profile, add profile picture to
You know
blog
how it's
post.
got the photo background thing that like HTML things. Can you find headers for that? So I want type 1 hash to be big with maybe like a line underneath and a line over top of it. Or something. Can you find HTML headers? Like the actual like look of it. How do we make the look of it look nice?
This thing in here, this over here, where it says type 1 Tash. Like,
No, I want it where it says hello world to be big like type 1 hash but all like look nice.
oh right,
Front homepage.
you would probably have to make that. There must be some website you can do to make that, and just give it to me as an image, and I'll just link it as an image.
Okay.
But yeah, you can do that. But I can't like, you can't like code that because you only can really use text. But I can say that the first thing to load on the page would be that image, and you could have it be a banner the size of like, I don't know, this big maybe. I bet if there's a Google thing, if you do create custom web page banners, free online banner maker. See,
Alright.
look like this.
Yeah.
You can even have a background and stuff.
Can
Yeah.
you send me that link through Facebook and I'll look on my PC and I'll create it.
Yeah.
And then I'll send it to you.
I might stop learning for the day.
What are you gonna do?
Don't know, but I've been going for 4 hours now. That's quite a bit.
I
Got.
want to create my pages though, so play World of Warcraft. I guess if you want to play a game.
You wanna what?
If you wanted to play a game.
Create your pages. What do you mean? The banners. Oh. Yeah, you can do that. Hello world. We got quite a bit done today.
Yeah. I'll play games later. I just can't.
Got user profile. We'll use that later, so you'll have your own profile for this website, basically. People can sign up, I think. They can sign up to be a user. It's kind of like a Facebook. It's going to be like a Facebook. But once the whole thing's done, on this video, like on this, you know.
And I do it so people can sign up, so like whenever I post a blog, they get an email saying.
Yeah, you can probably do that, yeah. But whenever this whole thing's done, this whole like series, and it's all finished, then we can go and delete stuff that we don't want, like the name. What's your name? Don't need that. Right, did I make any changes? Says I did. I don't know what I did though. What change did I make? Uncommitted changes. Oh, yeah, I put everything in a div. That's okay. I don't need to commit that. No, just save the whole thing, please. Thank you. I need to end the website. Boom. And close PyCharm. Bootstraps, that's a handy link. I'm going to save it. And now it's on GitHub too. Boom, boom, boom. I'm going to punch Harry in his head. Just kidding, Harry. You are not dead.
No, Harry's done. Need to do more of Harry's paw thing.
What poor thing?
His paw bun.
I need to have some tablets soon. What time is it now? 12. When did I take them? It's quite early. I was up early.
Like 7
8 a.m.
Yeah, you started to stream at like half 8.
No shot, did I? Oh, well, actually, yeah, I've been live for 4 hours. So 12, 11, 10, 9. Started it at 9. I'll give it another hour.
Yeah, but you didn't take your tablets as soon as you started to stream, did you?
Pretty much.
Winnie, Winnie. Hello, Winnie, Winnie.
Restore my chat.
Where you going, Winnie? Bye, Winnie.
Boom.
Good boy, Winnie. See that look? He just gave it to me. He's like, never.
Good boy.
Good boy.
Oh, I'm here.
You're so clever, Winnie. Isn't he good boy? Isn't he good boy, Harry? Isn't he good boy, Harry?
I need to get gear, man, on my warlock.
Good boy, Ronnie. God, you're so clever now. He's a smart boy, isn't he?
What could I do? What Mythic Plus do you think I could do? At 245. Do you think anyone would, Actually, you know what? I'm just going to do this. I'm going to get myself a key. Talents are good, aren't they? Yes. Hello, Ronnie! Can I have it? Bring it. Ronnie.
Ronnie, come
Come on.
Drop it. Drop. Good boy.
Good boy, Harry. Bring it, Ronnie. Hey, Harry. Hey, hey.
Harry.
Ronnie, here. Come here. Give. Hey. Harry.
Harry, get out of the way, Harry.
Come on, over here, Harry. Beep, 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 beep. Ronnie. Give it here.
Ronnie, come here.
Bring it.
Harry, sit.
Bring it. Bring it. 11 minutes for a dungeon heroic. What the flip?
Ronnie, stop that. Ronnie, come here.
Is this how you get a keystone, isn't it?
Ronnie.
How to get mythic. I forgot now. How to get a mythic keystone. There are 3 ways. Complete a mythic dungeon. Participate in the mythic plus dungeon. If at least 1 mythic plus dungeon is done, open the great vault after a weekly dungeon reset to receive a new keystone. Yikes, man. Is anyone doing mythic zeros, do you think? I doubt it. Zero rush. What? I got invited and then cancelled. Nice, I got into a group. Alright, hey. Where are we going, actually? Theatre of Pain. Where's that? I think that's in somewhere. I need to go up here. The Theatre of Pain.
The hunt must go on.
Yeah, it's got to be here where this guy is, isn't it?
For Queen
Maldraxxus, I think it is, yeah. Yup. So if I fly to here, maybe? Plague Watch. Oh no, you can fly straight to it. Whoops, spaz. Alright, get some water while I fly. Well, I've done a little bit of JavaScript today.
It is an honor to bear the torch of challenge. Use it to light the braziers that call the great houses to your light. If you are fast enough. My blade will feast on your souls.
What is all this crap, man? Interrupts and stuff. Why is my pet thing not working? My macro broke, I guess. Oh, come on, dude. Get off me. What's this thing, man? Interrupts. I don't want this. Is this part of... Is this part of details? Is this current target or overall? No, it is current, man. Goodness. Bro, I got locked out, man. Oh, wow. Can't see nothing on my screen, man. That's better. Oh, I'm stuck. I need to find what this cooldowns thing is. Is it... Omni CD. There we go. Well, I'm silenced, man. How'd you get rid of this crap? I died. Oh, I got a ring, man. Memory of the diabolic raiment. 262. I already have a 262 crit haste ring, so that's no good for me. Oh no, I clicked this thing. Oh, it's okay.
Return to the central chamber. It's time to begin the main event. Soldiers of Maldraxxus! Are you ready for some carnage? A rising stars. At long last, a worthy contender.
Is the priest below? What happened?
Behold my power
Uh oh.
and despair.
Oh, I don't have oh god, this is awkward.
My magic reaches beyond your mortal ken. Death itself demands your souls. Yes! Moldretha has been defeated! I can hardly believe it! All hail the new champions of the arena! Victory and glory are yours! May you
I have crit haste, but this one is crit mastery. I think I need the haste, to be honest. Got a keystone. It's terrible. I think I should probably keep doing mythic zeros if people let me come.
I have many lucky tools you like.
Oh, I got a conduit.
Good fortune to us.
Where's the Forge of Souls? It's over there. Dungeons plus 0.
Speak plainly. Watch the shadows. What is your quarry? Strike true.
Bam 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 bam. What'd you send me? Wow, loads of banners.
This area is in disarray. Luckily, we have many stewards at our disposal to address any problem we may have. Please see that order is restored.
Shut up. I could probably listen to music actually. But it has to be low. Low, 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 low. Maybe like this? Didn't say it's mythic. This is not mythic. Again.
We are vastly outnumbered mortals. The Forsworn have cut a swath through most of our forces. Vanquish their rear guard while I confront devils. Go in service.
Why won't it take me? Oh, I wasn't close enough. See you. Oh. No one cares, dude. Wait, is my? No, it's not, is it? It's not lagging. Looks a bit laggy, but I think it's okay.
You cannot hide.
Oh, I wasn't ready. Tank died. Whew. Is my stream super laggy? I think it is. But, yeah, I don't care, to be honest. Ah. Maybe it was just laggy for a bit or something.
Listen to reason, devils.
I don't really know. Brighter and it feels like me. It might be because it's in the 1440p, to be honest. It's holding 30 FPS though. I think it's okay.
For eons, we have been told to purify ourselves, to let go of our memories, our identities, our loved ones, all in the name of service. But what do we serve? An impotent arbiter, an oppressive law. Our sacrifices were made for nothing.
where you meet your end. My celerity is second to none. Your sight is your downfall. My celerity is second to none. Your sight is your downfall. From the shadows, I witness your demise. You cannot match my alacrity. Witness radiance.
I'm bleeding.
You cannot match my alacrity. Witness radiance. I have failed.
Oh, I needed boots, man. Good.
We sacrifice because we must. Mortal burdens would only...
Uther's memories. What I saw shook me to the core.
Forgot to check what? I think it might be the scale. Oh, it's not even a rescaling, it's just pure 1440p. No, it is downscaling it here, look.
Accept your defeat, Archon. I serve a far greater power now. With your spear in hand, I will take control of the spires and forge new paradigms to lead the Kyrian.
The jailer has twisted your mind, Devos. You must be stopped.
Spear shall
No
pierce
matter the
your
cost.
heart. You have sealed your fate. This spear shall pierce your heart. I will strike you down. So ends the Archon's misguided reign.
Bro, my macro is not there. That's what it is, man. Why did that disappear though? That's a bit weird that it disappeared, huh? Oh, it's E. I'm just stupid.
The
Mortals, take up my spear!
This spear shall pierce your heart! This spear shall control the power of Bastion itself! The winds howl in rage!
Mortals, take up my spear!
I will strike you down!
You have sealed your
Oh shoot, we didn't get in there. 4%.
This spear shall pierce your heart!
Ah, they got it.
No! The path must be abandoned.
The jailer's schemes.
Oh
have
my god, a
torn
nice
a
back.
schism
Need that.
in the ranks of the curious, one that must be healed. Long
Oh,
have we
what the
believed
hell was all this
that
stuff?
our mortal lives are burdens to be shed in the name of
Come on, give me
service.
some looter. Some
And
looter.
yet, the deeds of mortals are what won the day. You have my gratitude.
Gold.
Once the jailer
Fudge,
lies
man.
defeated, there may be much for the Kyrian to discuss.
Done Theatre of Pain. I haven't done the other side. Where is the other side? It's here, isn't it? It's over there, look. I can use the mushroom network. Actually, I can just fly there, it's fine.
I have many, many wares. Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
I might quickly stop my stream and restart it, see if the if I stop the downscaling, it might fix my problem. Maybe.
Growing out of control. Can you help collect them from the treetops?
No, I can't. Go away. Well, am I being attacked? What was that noise? Wait, what? It says I have to change the video resolution. The current resolution is not supported. How do I do that? How do I change it on YouTube? YouTube was expecting a stream of I think I have to stop and start again.